Back. Once again, could I ask you please to turn off your cell phones? We had 99% compliance yesterday, but not 100. So please do it. The other thing is, for reasons that will become clear later, we need people to be wearing their name badges today, except, of course, for those on stage being photographed. But, but please make sure you have your name badge. So, you can.
We're on? Good. Good morning, everyone. Will Mr. Theodore R. Aronson please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present Theodore R. Aronson, founding partner of AJO and AJO Vista. Under Ted Aronson's investment management, AJO reached $30 billion before morphing into AJO Vista during the pandemic, combining with the Systematic Strategies Group from High Vista. He previously worked at Drexel Burnham Lambert and later became a founding member of the Quantitative Equities Group and Addison Capital Management. Quantitative Equities Group provided innovative practical applications of modern portfolio theory and quantitative portfolio management. Quantitative Equities Group managed the Revere Fund, becoming the first actively managed fund registered with the SEC to employ modern portfolio theory. He served as chairman of both the CFA Institute and its Research Foundation. He currently serves on the New Jersey State Investment Council at the appointment of Governor Phil Murphy, and is a trustee of Spelman College and vice chair of its investment committees. I will add that Ted is a longtime member of our investment committee and has contributed to the exemplary performance of our endowment.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations.
Let's
come over here for the photo.
Wander over here.
Yes.
Thank you, and congratulations, Ted. Great to have you in here. Will Dr. Anna Catherine Berensmeyer please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present Kay Berensmeyer, Senior Research Geologist and Curator of Vertebrate Paleontology with the Smithsonian Institute's National Museum of Natural History. She's a paleontologist and geologist recognized as a pioneer in the field of taphonomy and the study of land environments and faunas through geological time, with particular focus on the paleoecology of human evolution in the later Cenozoic of East Africa. Through experiments and field observations in both modern and past environments, she has built understanding of processes that affect organic remains and control the information in the fossil record. She's also an active advocate for women in science through her work with the Bearded Lady Project.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations. Please come over for the photo.
There we are. Thank you. Will Dr. Rachel Bowlby please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President? Mr. President, I have the honor to present Rachel Bowlby, Professor of Comparative Literature Emeritus at University College London. following her early work on novels about department stores. The principal focus of her research has been the history of consumer culture, as explored in her recent book, Back to the Shops, The High Street in History and the Future. Her other work is focused on connections between feminism, literary theory, and psychoanalysis, as well as everyday life, the history of parenthood, and reproductive technologies. In addition to her own publications, she's translated a number of works of contemporary French philosophy, including 2 books by Jacques Derrida, held visiting positions or fellowships at Cornell University, Paris 3, Sorbonne Nouvelle, and Otago in New Zealand, and delivered the Gauss Seminars in Criticism at Princeton University.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations. Please come over here.
Come on over, let's have a picture. Thanks. Congratulations. It's a delight to meet you. Will Dr. Frederick Cooper please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President? Mr. President, I have the honor to present Frederick Cooper, Professor of History Emeritus at New York University. His research and teaching focuses on African history, emphasizing changing perspectives, zooming in through detailed research on the particularities of time, place, and time within a diverse continent, and zooming out to explore connections across space and patterns across time. He's been concerned with how to understand and employ social theory in relation to historically specific situations, writing on slavery and post-emancipation agricultural labor in Zanzibar and Kenya, and on urban labor in Kenya. His collaboration with Jane Burbank led to their book, World History, Politics and the Power of Difference, which examines the world beyond the First and Third World orientation and the modernist bias of colonial studies, earning the World History Association Book Prize and contributing to the joint award of the Arnold Toynbee Prize for contributions to global history.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations, Fred. Please come over here.
There we go. No prompting necessary. Yay.
Right.
Congratulations. Thank you. Will Dr. Scott Vernon Edwards please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President? Mr. President, I have the honor to present Scott Edwards, Alexander Agassiz Professor of Organismic and Evolutionary Biology and Curator of Ornithology at the Museum of Comparative Zoology of Harvard University. He pioneered the application of genomics and population genetics approaches to natural populations of birds. He creatively integrates theory with field, museum, and laboratory research. He's led the field of ornithology into the age of genomics by examining genomic evolution in a setting that applies population genetics, systematics, and natural history to diverse questions. He's made extensive contributions to understanding behavioral evolution, speciation, and biogeography of Australian birds. He won the 2015 Elliott Coues Award of the American Ornithologist Union and is a member and former president of the Society of Systematic Biology.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations. Please come over here.
I will add, if I may make a gratuitous remark. Some of you, many of you will know that our most prominent award is the Magellanic Premium, which was based on the gift of several hundred guineas late in the 18th century. And it's made for it's offered for a contribution to science and any area of science, excepting natural history. and Dr. Edwards' work would absolutely confound that fellow. Thank you. Will Dr. John Kleinberg please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present John Kleinberg, Tisch University Professor of Computational Science and Information Science at Cornell University. His research focuses on the interaction of algorithms and networks, the roles they play in large-scale social and information systems, and their broader societal implications. In particular, the HITS algorithm, developed while he was working for IBM, automatically identifies web page hubs and authorities in a network of hyperlinked pages. He's the author of 2 books on these topics, Algorithm Design and Networks, Crowds, and Markets. He serves on the U.S. National AI Advisory Committee and has received numerous research fellowships, including a MacArthur, and is the recipient of the Harvey Prize, the Lanchester Prize, and the Nevelina Prize.
John. By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations.
Oh, come on over here. We'll have a photo. We'll have a picture. We'll take a photo. Here we go. Nice. Congratulations. Glad to have you here. Is it Laugier or Laugier? What? Okay. Will Dr. Sandra Laugier please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present Sandra Laugier, University Professor of Philosophy and Language at the University of Paris, Panthéon-Sorbonne, a wide-ranging philosopher. Her research ranges from Quine to Wittgenstein and Cavell, whose work she translated into French. She's a leading expositor of American philosophy, introducing the topic of the ethics of care to French academic discourse. Her recent work has pursued reflections on democracy and public space, as well as Cavell's work on film through TV philosophy, how TV series change our thinking. She currently leads an international research project funded by the European Union, bringing philosophers, sociologists, and political sciences together for a security TV series, exploring the conception and potential political and ethical impact of television series. She's a regular contributor to Libération, writing on relationships between TV series and social and political issues.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations. Just come over here for the photo.
Thank you.
Got it. Yep.
Congratulations. Will Dr. David Nierenberg please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present David Nierenberg, Director, and Leon Levy, Professor at the Institute for Advanced Study. He's internationally acclaimed for his wide-ranging scholarship, including his prize-winning monograph, Communities of Violence, Persecution of Minorities in the Middle Ages, and Anti-Judaism, the Western Tradition. His most recent book, Uncountable, A Philosophical History of Number and Humanity from Antiquity to the Present, co-authored with his mathematician father, Ricardo Nierenberg, offers a provocative account of how numbers have become the cornerstone of knowledge, certainty, and truth, putting medieval Muslim and Buddhist scholars into conversation with Einstein and other giants of 20th century physics. It asks whether today's pervasive emphasis on computation poses a risk for our understanding of what it means to be human. As director of the Institute for Advanced Study, Nierenberg has continued that conversation with interdisciplinary programs that include humanists and social scientists and their colleagues in mathematics and physics. He is the recipient of the 2024 Dr. Leopold Lucas Prize from the University of Tübingen, which recognizes his research on the relationship between Christianity, Judaism, and Islam in the Middle Ages and in the present day.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations, David.
Well, come on over, we'll have
Photo
a picture.
over here. Yeah.
Great photo opportunity.
There you go. Got it.
Thanks, and congratulations. Will Dr. Monica Olvera de la Cruz please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present Monica Olvera de la Cruz, lawyer, Taylor Professor of Materials Science and Engineering, Professor of Chemistry, Professor of Chemical and Biological Engineering, Professor of Physics and Astronomy, Director of the Center for Computation and Theory of Soft Materials, and Deputy Director of the Center for Bio-Inspired Energy Science at Northwestern University. Through her research, she has developed theoretical models to determine the thermodynamics, statistics, and dynamics of macromolecules in complex environments, including multi-component solutions of heterogeneous synthetic and biological molecules and molecular electrolytes. She's a recipient of the Polymer Prize of the American Physical Society and the Engineering and Applied Sciences Casarelli Prize from the National Academies.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations.
Will Dr. Gabriel Starr please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present Gabriel Starr, 10th President, and Philip C. and Gertrude L. McConnell Professor in the Department of English and Neuroscience at Pomona College. A scholar of the British 18th century, she has also become a leading voice in the emergence of the field of neuroaesthetics, exploring the modern origins of aesthetics. She's known as a tireless advocate for the liberal arts and for creating opportunities to expand access to education. This has included founding community college partnerships, providing access to higher education for incarcerated individuals, lobbying Congress on behalf of scholars subject to DACA, and expanding opportunities for refugees through her founding of the Global Student Haven Initiative. Her book, Feeling Beauty, The Neuroscience of Aesthetic Experience, was shortlisted for the Christian Gauss Award of the Phi Beta Kappa Society. She has served as an elected board officer or board member of several California state and national associations of colleges and universities, and was appointed by Governor Gavin Newsom to the California Higher Education Recovery with Equity Task Force.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations. Please come in.
Congratulations and thank you. Will Dr. Beverly Daniel Tatum please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present Beverly Tatum, President Emerita of Spelman College. She's a distinguished psychologist, educator, scholar, and college administrator. She brings a keen psychological eye to the issues of race, race relations, racial self-identity, and has used her power as a leader and administrator to make meaningful differences in the lives of many. She's been a tireless leader in building an integrated society in schools throughout the United States, both at the collegiate level and in grade schools, where she has helped professionally develop educators, helped students understand their cultural identity, and helped parents unlearn racism. In 2013, she made the bold decision to drop intercollegiate sports at Spelman College and invest in wellness programs instead that can be maintained for a lifetime, such as tennis, golf, and yoga. She was one of 4 university presidents awarded the Academic Leadership Award by the Carnegie Corporation of New York, and she is also the recipient of the American Psychological Association's Award for Outstanding Lifetime Contributions to Psychology.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations.
Let's take a picture.
Yes, thank you.
Congratulations. I'm delighted to have you with us here.
Would it be better if we went down, or is she okay?
Will Dr.
Is that okay?
I'll wait here. Will Dr. Jill C. Tarter please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President. I have the honor to present Jill C. Tarter, Chair Emeritus for SETI Research, that is, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, with the SETI Institute. She served as project scientist for NASA's SETI program, the High Resolution Microwave Survey, conducting numerous observational programs at radio observatories worldwide. Currently, she serves on the management board for the Allen Telescope Array at the Hat Creek Radio Observatory, designed to simultaneously survey the radio universe for known and unexpected sources of astrophysical emissions, and to speed up the search for radio emissions from other distant technologies by orders of magnitude. She is deeply involved in the education of future scientists, developing 2 National Science Foundation and NASA-funded curriculum development projects, the Life of the Universe series of teaching guides for grades 3 to 9, and Voyages Through Time, an integrated high school science curriculum on evolution. She's the recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award from Women in Aerospace, 2 public service medals from NASA, and was named one of Time magazine's 100 most influential people in the world in 2004.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Can you come
do a
up?
photo?
Oh, we'll just turn around here.
Turn around,
Just turn
yes.
around here, yes.
There we go.
Thank you so much, and congratulations.
Thank you.
And now we turn to the introduction of our first speaker. Thank you all.
Right, I turn the podium over to Vice President Caroline Bynum, who will now take over the rest of the morning session. Caroline.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you so much. I'm delighted to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Montgomery Hill, who will share some of his extensive work in Indigenous language revitalization. Now, for our new members and friends, I want to give a little history. 10 years ago, the APS founded the Center for Native American and Indigenous Research, CNARE, to oversee the library and museum's extensive archival collections relating to indigenous languages, cultures, and histories of North America. It's one of the largest such archival collections in the world. But even before CNARE was founded, today's speaker, Dr. Hill, worked at the APS on short-term projects to digitize the Tuscarora materials held at the Society. This was the first time the APS had supported full digitization for a native nation. Dr. Hill's project became a prototype for what we now here at APS call our Digital Knowledge Sharing Fellowships, laying the groundwork for how APS works with Native communities today. Now, that was back in 2011. Today, Dr. Hill is assistant professor at the recently founded Indigenous Studies Department at SUNY Buffalo, where he received his PhD in 2020. We are delighted that Dr. Hill has agreed to return to the APS and share more about his work. So please join me in welcoming Monty Hill.
Thank you. All right. These words are translated from my languages that I speak. Tuscarora and Mohawk is their traditional way of greeting one another. So I wanted to offer you guys these words today. I'm Montgomery Hill, Monty Hill, as they said, an assistant professor at SUNY University of Buffalo. And today my talk will cover 4 different sections. So the introduction here, I will be discussing a little bit also about land acknowledgements, as well as Indigenous sovereignty along with settler colonialism. And finally, I'll be moving into language and culture revitalization. And this, I'll show you how this all sort of like fits together into one big picture as well along the way. So to begin, I'll introduce myself as a citizen of the Tuscarora Nation, as of a part of the 6 nations or the Haudenosaunee, along with the Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, and Seneca. So these are a confederacy of 6 tribes, and you can see here some of the territories in which Haudenosaunee people are living in today. This is maybe it's like less than 100,000 acres total. It was found very recently that actually in New York State, the New York State itself owes Haudenosaunee people 6 million acres of land. So we see a little bit of a discrepancy there, right, between what the historical sort of allotment should be and what is actually being lived in by Haudenosaunee people. There's a lot more resources like that. I'll have a link up later for you guys to be able to look at like the cultural resource program where this came from. So in the colonial era, in the 1600s through 1800s, the Haudenosaunee people held a significant social, economic, and political hegemony over this pretty large geographic area there. From the Great Lakes region, from around Montreal to the Ohio River Valley, encompassing areas known today as New York State, Southern Ontario, and much of the Appalachian Trail through the 1700s. So, as a Haudenosaunee person, I am giving you greetings and further acknowledging my fortune in having the time, ability, and opportunity to talk about the importance of Indigenous language and culture revitalization here in Philadelphia. I also just wanted to point out this complicated story of the land that we're living on today, right? So even, it's a little bit of a hike, but 300 miles away, you find the Meadowcroft Rock Shelter. And what that is that actually has been inhabited by Indigenous people for the past 19,000 years. So what we see is there's an exceptionally long history, and so I think it's not quite a problem, but it's a wrinkle or a knot in doing your land acknowledgments, I think, is saying, okay, well, over the past 19,000 years, what are the people from which particular year of these 19,000 are we going to acknowledge, right? And not only that, there's like a lot of people moving in and out of these lands all the time, right? It's not like it's static. The boundaries and polities like exist here in municipalities, things like this, didn't exist back then. Things were much more fluid. You can actually find really interesting similar social dynamics in villages in Cameroon where my advisor worked. So it's really cool to kind of see this global indigeneity going on here. So I do want to share there's a far more direct and recent presence in Philadelphia of Indigenous people, about a 10 to 15 minute walk from here. I wanted to take a walk down there. I didn't get time, but basically in 2020, I guess I'll go today or tomorrow, I guess a group of 6 Haudenosaunee women visited Philadelphia to visit tribal land that was deeded by John Penn to the Haudenosaunee people in 1755. So today that place is called Welcome Park, and it's an urban space that evidences no trace of Haudenosaunee heritage. In fact, it's like the opposite. They were like, rather than having anything natural, let's put a bunch of cement. I guess that sort of fits the motif, right? We're going to put a bunch of cement all over your land and try to forget about you, right? So let's not. So this idea is one of the things that we're interested in, what land acknowledgements is doing is healing this erasure, and the first part of that is acknowledging that the erasure happened, right? Because you're not going to notice something that's not there, right? That's kind of the whole point. So I really do. I do, at the end of the day, appreciate the moralistic aspects of land acknowledgements. Because if you're not just, it doesn't take that long to just bring it up in the beginning, and you always are learning something while you're constructing these for yourself, right? I also think it's important with land acknowledgements, I like 2 components for it. The first component is maybe just like a little bit of a story of the land or your relationship to it, sort of like what I just told here today. I was like, I was able to say, hey, some people from our tribe came here. There's been this continued occupation. Here's what the story is of the land use. And the other thing I also like to have as part of a land acknowledgement is just a advocacy and working to do something about your accountability to the land. So like here I'm pointing out, hey, here's this welcome park that has no representation of the Haudenosaunee or what it was, or even the fact that, it probably is actually still Haudenosaunee land if we were to go look up the deed somewhere. Right? And it just sort of being like, okay, well, what can we do now? What is a little thing that people should be paying attention to or noticing and things like that? So this is something that I like to bring together with language revitalization because language is just important to us as our land for Indigenous people, is how I would explain it. All Indigenous nations can and should define what success means for themselves. For some cultures, it might mean they want to be able to raise their children in a culturally appropriate way. For others, it means they want their language and culture to be supported by local educational institutions. And for others, it involves a full-scale reclamation of many linguistic and cultural practices that had stopped because of settler colonialism. Settler colonialism is when the colonizers, don't want to simply maintain a colony, but want to displace the Indigenous people, challenge and erase their freedoms, and ultimately erase them and their history from the land. Supporting Indigenous sovereignty, the idea that Indigenous peoples are nations rather than a race, which I think is something very important for us up here. I consider myself a citizen of the Tuscarora Nation rather than like a member of the Tuscarora race or anything like this. These nations should be able to self-determine and their governance, land use, cultural practices, and so on. And helping them do that is a way to challenge and upend settler colonialism. It's a way to stop practicing settler colonialism as yourself, right? That's kind of what we're looking at. So here, I know everyone, I didn't know you guys were going to not be able to do your cell phone, so I'm put this up somewhere where you can. But here's a QR code. It's a link to I'm going to be talking about something in a minute. So this is actually a picture of my grandmother here. This is a book that my dad's sister, my Auntie Dawn, wrote. And this is a picture of my grandmother, Hazel Van Every, in a boarding school in Ontario in the early 30s and 40s. And this was like after they shaved all of her hair off and everything. So you can see it was growing back. I believe she was like 8 or 9 in this picture. But there's a QR code there. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about what's being said right now. So I'm asking you guys to educate yourselves about these sort of things, and it's related to Indigenous language revitalization because we wouldn't be doing Indigenous language revitalization if we didn't have to deal with settler colonialism. So that's where these two things are coming together. So sort of working to, and we also know that working to undo settler colonialism is actually good for Indigenous people and actually probably for everybody. So that's one of the things that what I'm trying to bring about here in talking about Indigenous language revitalization. Like, why is it so important? Why do we care? So I'm asking you all to educate yourselves also on this issue with this stuff in this QR codes because I've had to experience it. So this is my grandmother in here. I've had a great grandmother also in the boarding schools on my mother's side. So this is my father's side. So on both sides of my family, there is boarding schools. And I talk to my parents. Both of my parents are like, yeah, well, so my parents never taught us a language, so we were never able to give that on to you. So there's a straight line there. It's something that's very present today. It's not like an old. I mean, it is something that has been going on since the 1800s, but it's something that is still impacting and affecting families today. This the boarding school process. So, but I'm happy to talk about it and share what I can because Indigenous language revitalization is a phenomenon that has formed as a collective healing process by the communities themselves as a way of sort of repairing this intergenerational trauma. And it's been super effective. So Indigenous people have come to realize that the problems that they're facing, the social and cultural issues that come with surviving a genocide, and come up with a solution to them, even though we're also still living in a society where we're surrounded by settler colonialism. So this is really amazing that we're sort of like able to come up with these things in maybe not necessarily a hostile environment, but an environment that doesn't necessarily recognize our existence for the most part, Indigenous people. one of the things I'm thankful for this institution here is because they do a very good job about that. All right, so one of the things I would recommend reading is Joe Biden's recent apology for the residential school system, which is in this link here, as well as the Secretary of the Interior, Deb Haaland's Federal Indian Boarding Schools Initiative Report from 2021. I also have a link for purchasing this book, The Memory Keeper, in this QR code as well, just so you guys have that. All right, so for now, I'd like to sort of pivot here a little bit. I'm going to talk about some of my experiences doing Tuscarora language revitalization. I actually grew up on my nation's territory. As a child, I was able to go there elementary school. They offered weekly language classes, so I was able to get maybe like a half hour of language 2 or 3 times a week, which is, I mean, a lot better than nothing, and something that actually has been improving as time has gone on. Because one of the issues that has been facing Indigenous people pretty consistently is that our knowledge isn't necessarily recognized immediately by local educational institutions. So even though we might have a capable language teacher that could go and teach up to New York State standards, the fact is that she wouldn't have the certificate, so she would have to get paid like a substitute rather than a full teacher, wouldn't have access to retirement and everything like that. And so to me, it's like it's not fair, no matter how much you love a language or love your culture or anything like that, it's not fair to expect you to not be able to make a living for yourself, right? So let's go in. So adult language immersion. So this is part of what I did. I grew up, I wasn't necessarily involved in the language and culture until actually I got to my undergraduates. In my undergraduate professor, I had been very hell-bent on becoming a computer science engineer. And my mentor in my undergraduate was this anthropologist that, you know, was like, doesn't really interact, like hates touching her own computer, right? So I'm just, I'm like very confused about like, you know, why is this person my mentor? It turns out she wrote the grammar for one of my people's language. And seeing this person of privilege look at our culture and be like, hey, there's value here. It gave me this ability to say, like, I was going to school to escape the reservation and escape into privilege. So what is this person that has this privilege doing looking back at my nation's territory and our language and our culture? And seeing that flip was one of the things that sort of like just set off a switch in my mind where it was like, well, it's not, there's more than just going to school and making money with it, right? There's things that you can actually do with your education, with the things that you're learning in these particular institutions. And I was fortunate enough to meet people that wanted to help me help my people, which is something that is also not necessarily common, not something that you'll find very often. So I am really appreciable for that. So I'm appreciative for my mentor here. And then also in my undergraduate, I had the ability to do some work with the Phillips Fund grant to work with one of the elders on my territory. So, from here, almost as important as my PhD, during my PhD, I was actually able to take an adult immersion program training for credit, basically. It was only 3 credits, so I still had to take a pretty big, like 2 other courses. At the same time, I was doing like a 30-hour to 40-hour. So an adult language immersion program, you're in there learning the language full-time as an adult, as a job. So you show up 9 to 5, but you get paid. But the whole point is you're expected to be in the language the whole time, because the idea is there's nowhere any Mohawk person can go and only hear Mohawk. There's no place any Tuscarora person can go and only hear Tuscarora. And that's the way you learn the language. So in order to create that environment, you have to artificially create it. And I think about this like as a scientist, like I want to preserve these natural processes. But I was like, there's nothing actually natural about settler colonial genocide of language that brought us to this point to begin with. So we're actually allowed to do whatever we want to bring it back. Right. That's a kind of thing, the way to break out of this, like what's natural of development of language, what's unnatural discourse, right? It doesn't apply here. That's not something that we're interested in dealing with. So the goal of any language effort is to make speakers. If you already have adult speakers, use them and reward their skills. So basically make sure that you can get a job for being a good teacher of these languages, right? So we have math teachers, we have French teachers, Latin. Like I went to school in my middle school and I was able to learn Latin, right? And that's something that's valuable. And what I'm not saying is that, these are all like weird things that no one can, but no, I'm saying these are all actually very important things, and we should be including indigenous languages and cultures among them, among one of the things that we study. This idea is that we're taking adult speakers, we're using them, rewarding their skills. The children will basically be building relationships with each other. I also found that the adult speakers in adult immersion programs ended up getting together and having children together, which is what creates a lot of speakers, and it creates speakers who have had and are comfortable in the language because they've had it in the home since they've grown up, which is something that's a very valuable experience. So that's kind of like the goal is what we're looking at with adult language immersion programs. These are the most effective way of doing it. You're building group cohesion, and people need to have this support network, because in reality, like, we are learning how to speak our language again in like it's not a very hospitable place to even try to, our society is not hospitable to multilingualism, period. So that's like, so confronting this problem with indigenous languages, is just another sort of angle I think will help that sort of attitude and sort of like bring about a more, multicultural, multilingual attitude, because I think that's better for everybody. So anyway, it's all about these sort of relations that you're building, because all of the previous relations were torn down because of the boarding schools and the dismantlement of intergenerational transmission of knowledge. And it also breaks down the intergenerational transmission of relationships, right? So your parents didn't grow up being friends with each other like in a fun environment. They grew up having to learn how to survive together. And that doesn't necessarily lead to any sort of like social cohesion in the future. So I'll just get to the end, like why language revitalizations are interesting from a very sort of nerdy technical perspective. We got to look at a lot of micro level, meso level, and macro level dynamics of language and language revitalization. So we get to see, what does language change sound like when we're doing mostly second language acquisition, or we're teaching them using mostly second language acquisition methods, so on and so forth. And also at these sort of different scales. So like, how does a language, what does it look like a language sort of like blooming or emerging in a place where there's like one dominant language like English, right? So I'm imagining like what happens if we allow people to teach people our language like off the territory, right? Are we going to see Tuscarora expanding? What is that going to look like? And they also provide a look into social networks, which I think is really fascinating. So one of the things that we like to track is like, who are you talking to? How often are you talking? And just sort of like creating models of language use, because those are something that I think be useful. They tell us a lot about language, the phenomenon of language in general. So that's sort of like future research that I'm going to be doing with indigenous language revitalization, now that we know kind of like it's working. And with that, I would like to say thank you, and I appreciate the invitation to be speaking here. Now.
Thank you. That was great. No, wait. We're going to have questions. We have plenty of time for questions.
Okay.
Because you were so disciplined, exactly to the moment. So, questions.
Okay.
Yes, here. And would you please state your name? And, well, you don't have to because you were just inducted. But for the rest of you, please, when you get the microphone, state your name and where you're from before you ask your question. Yes.
Yes. I'm still going to say Jill Tarter from the SETI Institute. You made the statement that indigenous languages are some of the hardest languages to learn. Mm-hmm. What's the metric for that? Why are they hard, and what unifies indigenous languages as being hard?
Yeah. So it's less about hard and more about difference in positionality. So coming from English, it's going to be very difficult to acquire some indigenous languages, especially like Iroquois, because of the structures are different. Now, if you were a speaker of Mohawk and a monolingual speaker of Mohawk and wanted to learn Tuscarora, that would actually be very easy for you, right? Because those structures are actually very similar. So the metric that you use is like you have to say like, oh, for an English speaker, how hard is it for you to learn this? For a Korean speaker, how hard would it be for you to learn English? And so you have to do there's no like objective, this language is difficult. Yeah.
Yes, in the back. And then over here, yeah, in the back there, and then over here, yeah. Oh, okay, yes, yeah.
So,
Got it.
Jonathan Lear, University of Chicago.
Hi.
I have a question for you, which is about, does language acquisition within the group create tensions within the group between those who have the language and those who do not? And can you tell me about the tensions within over language?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would say that language use, especially for indigenous communities, is symbolic of indigenous identity. So if you don't have speaking capabilities, that actually sort of like we've seen that it actually impacts your own like self-identity as an indigenous person. So there's a lot of that goes on. And then, yeah, there is a little bit of a lateral violence. Sometimes people will use their language knowledge sort of like to hold it above others' heads or otherwise sort of like denigrate them, right? So those are some of the tensions that you see with language use between like users and non-users. And even then, like you look around and you see like tensions between users too, right? Because you get dialect differences and you even just get personal differences. You might just not like someone, right? And you don't like, and you're not going to be speaking to them as often. There was actually, I think, one language recently where the language went extinct partially because the last two speakers didn't like each other. Yeah, and they just wouldn't talk. No. Yeah.
Wonderful. There's a question in the balcony, yeah.
Michael McCormick, today from Cambridge, Massachusetts, but born and raised in the city of Tonawanda.
Oh, okay.
In the land of Tuscarora people. And I asked this question I want to pose two questions, and with all the more heartfelt thoughts for having been charged at a young age with looking after my cousin from the Seneca Nation, who died sadly young on the Cattaraugus Reservation. And the first is, as a historian, it is also valuable to see this tragic process of the elimination of a native language, certainly as part of the colonial developments of this country and Canada, and certainly also in Spanish America, but also as a broader Atlantic phenomenon taking place in the creation of nations in Europe itself. I lived in Belgium for many years, and I know that children speaking Walloon, a Romance language descended from Latin in southern Belgium, were beaten at school if they spoke Walloon in the schoolyard, as were children who spoke Flemish in northern France, or children who spoke Breton, a Celtic language in Brittany, in France. So this policy has a bigger history, of which the American chapter is one chapter, one part. And perhaps we can understand it better as historians if we see it also as part of a transatlantic phenomena, if you will.
Yeah.
And the second question is whether there is anything to be learned from the parallel example of another nearly extinct language, or a language which has been reduced to book learning, much like Latin in the Middle Ages, and which has been successfully revived, and that is Hebrew in the state of Israel. Can we learn anything about Hebrew, which is now very much a living language, spoken in all realms of life, and apply from that lessons to the revival, a resurrection in some cases, of the indigenous languages of this country?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so to answer your first question, I would say that, yeah, one of the things that we're dealing with is reckoning with the history of the one nation, one language policy. That is actually a particularly Western concept. So there's other places, for example, my mentor works in Cameroon, the west coast of Africa there, and their relationship between language and place is like completely unconnected with their identity. So basically, like you might grow up in a village A, speaking language A, and then it's time for you to move to language or to village B, and they speak language C there. You just learn language C, and then you speak language C there, and it's not like any sort of difficulty, like versus you see the attitude here, right, where we have immigrants that come here and everyone's like, you need to speak English, and it's like there's nothing that says you need to speak English here, right? So they just make it really, really hard if you don't. So that's kind of like the implementation, right, of the one nation, one language. It can get implemented not just legally but also socially and culturally as well. So that's one of these sort of angles that you can kind of attack it from and need to understand like where these dynamics are coming from. And then to your second question, I got carried away on my first one. If you could restate.
Is there anything we can learn from Hebrew?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think
experiment with Hebrew.
One of the things that is super helpful from the Hebrew case is you see that institutional and state support is one of the main things that propels language use. So if you get official institutions that are supporting the language and making it happen, then that's a language that's going to survive and continue. Thank you.
Thank you. We're out of time. It was wonderful. Thanks very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Christina? Our second speaker this morning, Christina Snyder, also has a long history with the APS, as Monty Hill did. In 2006, Professor Snyder received a Phillips Fund Award for her project, Identity, Race, and Power in the Contested American South. Since then, she's continued to support the Phillips Fund by serving as a reference for many other applicants over the years. Today, Christina Snyder is the McCabe Greer Professor of History at the Pennsylvania State University. She is the author of Great Crossings, Indians, Settlers, and Slaves in the Age of Jackson, and of Slavery in Indian Country, The Changing Face of Captivity in Early America. These books have received a wide range of accolades, including the Francis Parkman Prize, the John H. Dunning Prize, and the John C. Ewers Prize. Please join me in welcoming Professor Christina Snyder.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that introduction. It's wonderful to see you all today. It's an honor to be here. And I just want to echo Monty in saying how valuable the APS collections are to people who are interested in Indigenous history, and also, in my case, early American history. In 1520, a native teenager was abducted from a coastal region called Chicora of what is now South Carolina. The teen, later baptized as Francisco de Chicora, had been lured or forced onto a Spanish galleon alongside 140 other native people. The ship's captain, an experienced slave raider, had already abducted at least 900 indigenous people from the nearby Bahamas. In fact, slavers had so devastated the native population of the Bahamas that they ventured farther north to the North American mainland. And this is basically the area I'm going to be talking about today, from St. Augustine all the way up to Charleston, South Carolina. When the Spanish slave ship landed in Winyah Bay in South Carolina, the native people of the region initially fled, but the invaders feigned peace and offered them gifts, luring Francisco and dozens of others on board. The first well-documented slaving expedition in what's now the United States, Gordillo's voyage, marks a key moment in the history of indigenous enslavement, which ultimately ensnared 3 to 5 million native people of the Americas. After a voyage down the Atlantic coast and into the Caribbean, Francisco de Chicora departed in Hispaniola, where he was enslaved by Lucas Vasquez de Ayllón. A judge and member of the Royal Council of Hispaniola, Ayllón owned plantations and mines where he forced hundreds of indigenous slaves to toil. But he wanted more. In 1526, Ione sailed to South Carolina, determined to start the first colony on the North American mainland. The vessels carried 600 people, including Spanish colonists, missionaries, and enslaved people from Africa and the Americas. Among the passengers was Francisco de Chicora, who had become Ione's most trusted translator. Francisco had worked hard to earn his master's esteem, telling Ione exactly what he wanted to hear, that his homeland was rich and that he, Francisco, would help him take it. Ione, like many enslavers, believed that his captives loved him, and he trusted Francisco. But instead of participating in Ione's conquest, Francisco and the other enslaved Native Americans ran away. Manipulating Ione, Francisco had emancipated himself and returned. Still, Ione persisted, leaning on enslaved Africans to build the new colony after the native people fled. But unable to navigate inland without indigenous slaves and discouraged by the sandy soil, Ione sailed south and founded the colony of San Miguel de Guadalupe, probably in Georgia's Sapelo Sound. Shortly thereafter, they ran out of food and disease broke out. Many colonists, including Ione, died. A mutiny ensued. After seizing power, the new commanding officer demanded food from local Wali Indians. The Walis, who had heretofore tolerated the newcomers, attacked the Spanish colony. Enslaved Africans also rebelled, setting fire to the Spaniards' houses. Defeated, the 150 Spanish survivors sailed back to Hispaniola. The first European colony in what's now the U.S. failed, toppled by indigenous and African resistance. So part of what I argue here today is that the site of mainland North America's first colonies, the South was also where the anti-slavery struggle was born. This story is part of my current book project, which I'm calling American Abolitions, the slow death and many afterlives of slavery. It examines efforts to abolish or prohibit slavery in North America from the 1500s to the 1800s. The story of American slavery was once safely quarantined in the antebellum South, where it did not threaten a cherished national narrative focused on freedom. But mounting evidence demonstrates that American bondage had a much longer scale and broader scope. My first book joined a wave of scholarship that uncovered slavery in surprising places. Colonial Santa Fe, Ivy League campuses, St. Louis trading houses, Montreal kitchens, and California mines. Despite the new wealth of scholarship, we don't yet have a synthetic work that revisits fundamental questions about American slavery and American freedom. And so I intend this book as a step in that direction. American Abolitions demonstrates that colonialism over the course of centuries brought disparate, ever-changing practices of slavery into contact across the continent. Still, slavery was inherently unstable, in part because it was contested by enslaved people, dissenting voices from within slaving societies, or rival powers, including native nations. The early portion of the book focuses on attempts to abolish or prohibit slavery in the colonial South, and that's the focus of my talk today. The book is comparative, so what I'd like to do for the rest of my time today is to talk about 3 important attempts to abolish or prohibit slavery in the colonial South, and then draw some conclusions. So one of the points that I make in the book is that from the earliest days of colonization, critics targeted slavery. Responding to religious and humanitarian concerns, Spain banned the enslavement of indigenous Americans in 1542. This followed years of debate and pressure from figures like Bartolomé de las Casas and Pope Paul III. King Charles I forbade enslaving indigenous people or forcibly removing them from their homelands. This measure was fairly effective at ending slavery for 2,500 American Indian slaves held in the Iberian Peninsula, but it was less effective in the rest of the empire. There are many reasons for this, but the most relevant to this project in particular is that the edict was impossible to enforce in areas of weak imperial control, like the northern part of the Spanish Empire, meaning the southeast and the southwest of what's today the United States. And even in areas of strong imperial control, The Spanish monarchs sought to placate colonists and maintain revenues, so they created new forms of unfree labor. These legal unfree labor forms persisted in practices like debt bondage, encomiendas, repartimientos, and the mining labor draft, or mita. Influenced by Spain's anti-slavery measures, the Lords Proprietors who ruled early Carolina banned indigenous enslavement there. Chartered in 1663, Carolina was a proprietary colony. The Lords Proprietors were 8 Englishmen to whom Charles II granted the joint ownership of the land. Although the king retained full sovereignty over Carolina, he granted the Lords Proprietors extensive powers to establish civil structures, to collect taxes and duties, and to maintain order, as well as to have certain game and mineral ownership. The Fundamental Constitutions, Carolina's first governing document, was the work of Lord Ashley and his secretary, John Locke, and it had much to say about relations with Native Americans. The Fundamental Constitutions gave the Lords Proprietors the exclusive right to negotiate with Native nations for land and a monopoly on trade with Native people. The document also extended religious freedom to settlers and Native people alike, and bound the colony to prosecute crimes by whites against American Indians. On the topic of slavery, the Constitution declared that, quote, no Indian upon any occasion or pretense whatsoever is to be made a slave, or without his own consent be carried out of Carolina. Those same freedoms did not extend to Black enslaved people. So the Fundamental Constitutions, for example, made it clear that conversion would not free a Black enslaved person. So why did the Lords Proprietors single out Native Americans? There were several reasons for this. First, it was expensive to send English soldiers to fight in wars, so they counted on Native military allies to protect the colonies. Also, making enemies of indigenous nations through slavery would disrupt trade, minimizing returns on the trade monopoly held by the Lords Proprietors. And the fur trade in this era is big business, so economically it's really important to survival of the colony. And finally, the proprietors feared that enslaving Native individuals would lead Native nations to ally with the Spanish, who then controlled Florida. Well, it's one thing to write a lofty constitution and another thing to actually enforce it. From the beginning, colonists ignored the ban on Native enslavement. That disobedience included those at the highest rank, the colony's governors and council members. Colonists sought enslaved people as laborers and as saleable commodities. Most of the early colonists from Carolina came from Barbados, where American Indians and Africans alike were enslaved. Decades earlier, in the 1630s, the Barbadian governor had declared that all Africans and Native Americans brought to the island were to be considered enslaved unless they had a contract that said otherwise. Colonists, including the colony's leaders, came to Carolina to make money, and they expected to command enslaved labor to do so. Also, because Carolina was a proprietary colony and not a royal colony, there was no great benefit to being a good servant to the empire. So Carolina's leaders could not hope to rise in administrative ranks to gain more favorable positions elsewhere in the empire. And finally, there are few consequences for enslaving Native Americans illegally. The worst consequence that you can find in the records is being removed from one's position in governance. And because support for indigenous enslavement was nearly universal in Carolina, the Lords Proprietors had difficulty in finding administrators who would actually enforce their laws. Insofar as colonists felt they needed to justify indigenous enslavement, they leaned on the theory of just war. That is, captives taken in a just war could be offered enslavement as an alternative to death. They extended this argument to include buying captives taken by others in, quote, just wars. The Lords Proprietors issued repeated warnings about the danger of enslaving close neighbors, but ultimately found that they could not prohibit the enslavement of American Indians. So they tried to restrict their practice. First, they restricted the enslavement of Native people who lived within 200 miles of the colony, later 400 miles. They also prohibited colonists from directly enslaving Native people. They outlawed the deportation of enslaved Native people from Carolina. And Carolina's governors had varying attitudes about these regulations, but colonists mostly ignored them. By 1707, the Lords Proprietors withdrew from colonial affairs, only participating to the extent that they appointed governors. However, native nations devastated by the American Indian slave trade took action. There was a large uprising against native enslavement in the Yamasee War of 1715 to 1717. The Yamasees used to reside within within Florida's mission system, but they deserted and moved to South Carolina in the 1680s. Thereafter, they became allies of South Carolina. They traded in Indian slaves, but problems arose because of the trade. And what I'm showing you guys now is a journal of the Commons House of Assembly minutes, and these are almost all preserved at the South Carolina Department of Archives and History. And especially after the Lords Proprietors withdrew from colonial affairs, this is the most important governing body in colonial South Carolina. And this is a really biased document. I mean, most of the men who were involved in the assembly were in favor of Indigenous enslavement, but even within this very biased source, there's a lot of record of trader abuses, so it's still a useful source. So what are some of the issues that led up to the Yamasee War? By 1711, the Yamasees were 100,000 deerskins in debt to traders, which is twice South Carolina's annual export average. Traders had also committed a number of outrages, which are documented in these pages, including fraud and deception to drive up debt, and most gallingly to Native people, enslaving free people. There are lots of recorded examples in this source, and what you're seeing here is from 1706. These are charges against a trader named John Musgrove and various people, including chiefs from some of these local villages, claimed that Musgrove had enslaved between 6 and 16 free Native people on the pretense that they had, quote, killed some of his cattle. South Carolina's Indian agent Thomas Nairn, who had been very much involved in slave raiding in the South, especially in Florida, he created this map based partially on his knowledge of the geography. He met with the Yamasee chiefs and other people who were disaffected with the trade on April 14th of 1715. And he probably went to bed that night thinking that he had mended relations with the Yamasees, but he awoke to a different reality. That morning, on Good Friday, Yamasees dragged Nairn to their central square, where they bound the trader to a post and executed him. Other nations, dissatisfied with traders, joined in. These included many of the most powerful nations in the South, the Muskogee Creeks, the Savannahs, and the Appalachians, killed nearly all of their traders. About 90 people were killed in the first week of the war. Then they moved in on Carolina. They burned dozens of plantations. They drove settlers into Charlestown and killed 400 colonists, which is about 7% of the white population of that colony. Fearing complete destruction of their colony, South Carolinians cobbled together an army drawn from their own militia, from enslaved African Americans, friendly Native nations, and volunteers from Virginia and North Carolina. This force pursued a brutal campaign against the war's instigators. They enslaved most of the Yamasee survivors, and those who escaped sought Spanish protection at St. Augustine. The war concluded in 1717 when South Carolina made peace with the remaining nations and gained an important ally in the Cherokees. So overall, in thinking about the Yamasee War, I frame it as an indigenous anti-slavery movement that effectively destroyed the southeastern trade in enslaved American Indians in the region that you see here, and reshaped other areas of colonial law and practice. One of the many consequences of the Yamasee War was the founding of Georgia. So by the end of the war, there are promotional tracts arguing for a colony south of Carolina as a kind of buffer colony. Two main reasons are given for this. One is that Georgia is supposed to, quote, possess fertile land sufficient to subsist all the useless poor in England. and distressed Protestants in Europe. The founder and leader of the colony, James Edward Oglethorpe, was famous for conducting a parliamentary investigation into the condition of London's prisons, and he exercised a leading role in the movement to found the new colony. So at the time, it was thought that criminal behavior like begging, cheating, or robbing were caused by idleness and necessity. And so this was intended as a kind of haven of free white labor. And from the beginning, there's an anti-slavery imperative, although it really emphasizes benefits for white society. Part of the idea of colonial Georgia was that it would produce profitable commodities that did not require enslaved labor. So as part of these promotional tracts, they claimed Georgia being, quote, about the same latitude with part of China, Persia, Palestine, and the Madeiras, should be able to make raw silk, wine, oil, drugs, dyes, and many other commercial manufactures. So the first impetus in Georgia is this idea of a white debtors colony. The second is a kind of military imperative. So in part in response to the Yamasee War, there's an idea to build a series of fortifications between colonial South Carolina and Spanish Florida to protect the southern end of Britain's mainland colonies with native people as allies in this process. And part of the reason why there was such anxiety about Florida was that it had become a haven for free people of African descent. There was a black militia there as early as 1683, and enslaved people in the Carolinas knew about this. They knew about Florida's kind of politics of freedom and the ways in which people of African descent could gain access to greater freedom. So in 1687, that's the first year that we see documented runaway enslaved people from South Carolina showing up in St. Augustine. And following several other instances of this, in November of 1693, Charles II gives this edict granting freedom to self-emancipating people from British colonies. So I'm showing part of this edict here, and what's really interesting about this is that it shows which way the agency is flowing in this situation. So it's actually 10 enslaved people who had escaped from the city of Charleston, arrived to South Carolina asking for conversion and to be adopted into the Catholic faith. And they're the ones who are moving imperial policy. It's not the other way around. And so for the next 100 years, roughly, this policy of acknowledging the freedom of self-emancipating people from the Carolinas endures. So there are so many people who emancipate themselves by claiming sanctuary in Spanish Florida, but that by 1738 there is a garrison of free black soldiers at Fort Mose, which is just outside of St. Augustine. And part of what is driving the establishment of Georgia is a fear of black and indigenous neighbors, and especially the question of slavery. So this is all coming to the fore when Georgia is founded. The ban on black slavery was not explicit in Georgia's original founding documents, but within 2 years, the trustees who control early Georgia do explicitly outlaw the enslavement of African-descended people. And I should stress here that this is not about universalist humanitarian concerns. There's really concern for African or African-descended people themselves, and there's no ambition to abolish or prohibit slavery outside of the Georgia colony. But still, many colonists protest the ban. The first complaint was from a South Carolina lumber merchant named Samuel Evely, who claimed that Georgians would never make money without slavery. By 1735, the same year that the official ban was introduced, there was a more organized pro-slavery faction led by wealthy men who had paid their own way to Georgia. On the other side were Oglethorpe and two important settler groups, the Salzburgers, who were Protestants who had been expelled from their from Salzburg and what's now Austria, and the Highland Scots at Darrin, who were the colony's main white military force. One thing that's interesting about this pro-slavery group is that it's really the first time that colonists in the British Empire have been called upon to defend slavery. It was legal in all other spaces of the Americas. And so the arguments that the pro-slavery group developed are really historically important. They gained the most traction from an argument that blended biological and environmental racism. They argued that due to Georgia's hot and humid climate, quote, the impossibility of white men being able to work and live there. And even at the time, some white Georgia settlers, including the Salzburgers, critiqued this argument. The Salzburgers pointed out, for example, that they could produce much more rice than they could consume. They called the pro-slavery party idle, delicate, and unreasonable. The Darrin Scots, among many other British colonists and officials, also worried about the security of the southern border. And this only seemed to be confirmed by the Stono Revolt, which I can talk about in more detail in the Q&A if you guys want to hear about it. But eventually, Georgia does, of course, reverse the ban. And this has to do with the end of the War of Jenkins' Ear, which is the best named of all of the colonial wars. In the aftermath of peace with Spain in 1748, the military rationale for slavery's prohibition declined. And Oglethorpe himself left the colony. Support in Parliament weakened. The rallying cry for the pro-slavery party became, quote, liberty and property without restrictions. In May of 1749, the trustees caved to Georgia's pro-slavery faction, and 2 years later, slavery became legal in Georgia in 1751. So as I conclude here, I want to talk about some key takeaways from thinking about these comparative examples. Perhaps most obviously, these movements are related. Empires sought to secure what historian Christopher Brown calls moral capital by placing themselves at the vanguard of humanitarian movements. In doing so, they justified their dominion and colonial expansion. In the colonial South, Britain, Spain, and France jockeyed for power. And the cases I've explored today, the Lords Proprietors were influenced by earlier Spanish prohibitions. Later, the southern colonies and Spanish Florida sought to weaken one another, in part through policies of slavery and anti-slavery. But those same policies were influenced by people on the ground, including people victimized by slavery. So these groups included Francisco de Chicora and his fellow slaves in the Ione colony, Native nations during the Yamasee War, and self-emancipated Black Carolinians who fled to Florida to shape the Spanish Empire's sanctuary policy. The second point I'll make is that there's a persistence of localism in this story. There's a rejection of imperial rule, whether it's via proprietors, trustees, or the crown. And because of this localism, colonies sought to distinguish different forms of unfreedom in law and practice, suited to different conditions. They also sought to distinguish between Black and Indigenous slavery, and between slavery and other forms of bondage, like debt peonage, convict labor, and revivals of serfdom, like the encomienda. Georgia also shows us that this is not a straightforward story of progress. It demonstrates the precarity and mutability of anti-slavery measures. The scholarship on this topic of anti-slavery typically traces abolition from the Revolutionary era, seeing these earlier movements as disconnected. But I'd argue that these anti-slavery movements in the early modern period were widespread, though not unified, and they still shaped what came later. So in just one example of this, in 1775, the descendants of the same Darrin Scots who had stood with Oglethorpe against slavery petitioned the leaders of the Continental Congress to abolish slavery because it was, quote, an unnatural practice founded in injustice and cruelty. Thank you. I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you so much. I think we have just a few minutes for questions. There are, yes, here. Wait. the microphone. And please say your name and where you're from before you ask your question. Thanks.
Richard Kagan from Philadelphia. Thank you for that overview. I have one question about indigenous slavery among Choctaws and various other groups before the Spaniards and before the Americans. There is a tradition there, and how does if you were a slave in indigenous groups, is it in perpetuity, or is it more like the Spanish say, basically it's one generation at a time? That's my first question. And the second one, given the presence of African slaves on the South Carolina coast in the 1520s, why does the New York Times persist with its so-called 1619 project? Seems to be off by a little more than a century.
Thank you for your questions. Great questions. So, I talked a little bit about this indigenous slave trade, and the way that I would describe it is that when colonists come, they heighten and exacerbate these pre-existing tensions between Native nations. And so there have been traditions of taking war captives in Native nations. And in my first book, I talked about basically how Europeans tap into this. And a similar thing actually happened in Africa, where it becomes commercialized and part of this global trade. So there are new imperatives, new pressures. And what I would say is that, what Europeans are tapping into is these war captives, right? The idea of trading war captives for these new commodities like firearms, which many Native nations come to see as essential in this era of an arms race and, protection from colonial empires. So it does exist, but there's very different practice within indigenous communities versus what happens with European empires. So within Native communities, many different things happen. A prisoner of war could be executed. They could also be adopted into a family to replace a deceased family member. They could be traded to allies as a kind of sign of goodwill. But in European empire, and I should say that condition did not pass on to children. So it's not a heritable condition that becomes defined in a racial or ethnic way. It's just the condition of one individual, at max over the course of a lifetime. And those conditions become completely dissociated once Europeans get into the picture within a European context. And then your second question about 1619 project, I guess I would say that, I think the overall impetus of the project is correct in the sense that, colonialism is deeply implicated with slavery and has to do with the country's origins and is around from the very earliest days of quote-unquote exploration. And I would just say that part of the issue is that there's a real focus on the English colonies. And that focus has always been around in early American history. And part of what I'm bringing to this discussion is, earlier forms of slavery that existed within the Spanish Empire, for example, and even the enslavement of Native peoples at Jamestown, for example, actually began some years before 1619 with victims of the first Anglo-Powhatan War. So there were Native people taken as prisoners in that war and made slaves in Jamestown. So I would just say yes, and also it's even older than we might appreciate. Thank you.
Questions in the balcony? Question down here, yes.
Thank you for that fabulous talk, Anita Allen from Haverford, Pennsylvania. All of my third great-grandparents were enslaved in Georgia. And I'm wondering, given the very fascinating story you told us about how slavery came to be permitted in the Georgia colony, what sense do we make of this pervasive idea heard not only in popular culture but also in the halls of elite universities that somehow African Americans were better off for having had their ancestors be enslaved? I just wondered how to think about that claim in light of what you have now uncovered about the history of slavery in the United States.
Thank you so much for that question. And I think that even though the stories that I'm telling today are hundreds of years old, they are still so ever present in our modern discourse and in the way that these events are misremembered and misrepresented in popular culture. And so I would say that, this idea that slavery was everywhere, that it was natural, that no one contested it is just a lie. So one of the things that I would point out is, like, from the earliest days of slavery, there are critics of slavery from within settler societies, from other polities, from native nations. So that criticism is always there, and people recognizing the inhumanity of the practice. The case of Georgia in particular, there's a new biography of Oglethorpe by Michael Thurman, and part of what he argues is that we need to really rethink the origins of the Georgia colony, and it's kind of, at the time, radical utopian ideas that rejected slavery as being the basis of the colony. I think a lot of times we can think of history as being linear, that, it's getting better somehow, or that there's a kind of singular trajectory. And I think what this story shows us is that Georgia began in a certain way and then took this radically different course. But just to go to your point, that there have always been these critics, and even within white Georgians, this kind of anti-slavery vocalization that persisted for decades.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. We now have a coffee break for about 30 minutes. There's coffee in the front and in the back. And let me also remind you that just as we had yesterday, we have wonderful exhibits here in the vitrines. There's some Tuscarora material, other material on the CNAIR project that's been pulled from our archives. So get your coffee, but also please come and take a look at some of the treasures from our collections here at APS. Thank you very much.
Animals, you fucking cunt. Cunt! Stop.
Can we all begin to reconvene? You ready? Can everyone please take your seats? Where's the bell? Can everyone please take your seats? Use the bell. There you go. Ah, that worked. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Jackie Barton. I'm a chemist from Caltech and a vice president of the APS, and I'll be chairing this session. Let me once again remind you all to please turn off your cell phones. And also, please use all of the available seats. We've got a big crowd today, which is wonderful to see. It's my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Tanya Marie Luhrmann is the Albert Ray Lang Professor in Psychological Anthropology at Stanford University. As she describes it, Professor Luhrmann's work focuses on the edge of experience, on voices, visions, the world of the supernatural, and the world of psychosis. She has researched on the streets of Chicago with homeless and psychotic women, carried out field work with evangelical Christians who seek to hear God speak back to her. She uses a combination of experimental methods to understand the phenomenology of unusual sensory experiences, the way they are shaped by ideas about minds and people, and what we can learn to help those who are in distress. Professor Luhrmann was named to the American Academy of Arts and Sciences in 2003, received a John Guggenheim Fellowship in 2007, and was elected to the American Philosophical Society in 2022. Professor Luhrmann is a prolific writer, having published over 30 opinion pieces in the New York Times and other literary outlets. Her books include When God Talks Back and How God Becomes Real. Her book of Voices will be published in 2026. Please join me in welcoming Professor Luhrmann.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here and an honor to address you this morning. So, as Jackie said, I'm an anthropologist. I've always been fascinated by the way the social world changes our inner experience. And I'm going to talk about that today by talking about the experience of voices. So let me give you an example. In the winter of 1956, Martin Luther King Jr. was at the beginning of the Montgomery bus boycott. He was scared. There had been death threats against his family. He was contemplating withdrawing, and he sat at his kitchen table and prayed. And as he did so, he heard God say that God would be with him, and he chose to go forward. The experience of hearing a voice is the experience of being spoken to in the absence of a human speaker. And this is our rock star in voice hearing, the young peasant woman, Joan of Arc. However you understand the ultimate cause of the voice, the proximate cause, the experience, is a thought or some kind of mental event that feels like it's not your own, and that it feels as if what William James called the mineness of your thought, it feels as if that no longer is there, that it's not really your thought. And if it is audible, it feels that it is not inside of you. These experiences are more common in the general population than you'd imagine, although you can see that the way that you ask the question leads to very different rates of the experience. Oops. You probably are most familiar with these experiences in the context of psychosis, because hearing voices is a symptom of many psychiatric illnesses. It is the most common characteristic of our worst psychiatric illness, schizophrenia. Some people have argued that all voices come from a continuum of psychosis, that there is a deficit in which the minus somehow gets decoupled from the experience of the thought. And so this deficit, in people with schizophrenia, there's kind of a dollop of the deficit, but with somebody like Martin Luther King Jr., there's more like a drop. That's not my intuition. I argue that there's something more fundamental about the way that we relate to our minds that gives rise to these experiences, and that psychosis is a sort of special kind of condition that tweaks something much more basic. I began thinking about these experiences in the late 80s when I was spending time with people you might call spiritual but not religious, people who call themselves witches and magicians. I was there as an anthropologist. I thought I was there to study their beliefs and how they came to certain understandings. What I found is that people were much more interested in the fact that they had these cool experiences, vivid experiences of spirit, things that felt that they were supernatural or somehow not available to other people, and that these experiences had something to do with learning. People would say things like, if you want to know magic, you've got to practice. Some people are better at this than others. But that everybody who practices will feel something supernatural or special or kind of different. And so that's kind of been the intellectual rabbit that I've been chasing for the past few decades, these odd experiences. And I've been spending time with religious people who have vivid experiences of spirit, and with people with psychosis who hear voices and have other unusual experiences. My method is both comparative and phenomenological. I think of myself as in the tradition of William James. I sit with people and I talk and I probe carefully, although I try to probe in a way that does not presume psychopathology. As Jackie said, more recently I've been combining that method with the psychological methods of surveys and experiments. Over the last few decades, I've talked to hundreds and hundreds of people, some of them psychotic, some of them not. And what I want to do this morning is to build a case for a non-mad pathway through which people have these experiences. And I'm going to talk about 3 causal factors. The first is that training really does matter. Some years after I wrote the book on witchcraft, I met a young, blonde Californian evangelical who told me that if I wanted to understand her God, I should sit down for a cup of coffee with him. And that fascinated me so much that I spent years in evangelical churches. And as a point of reference, at the time that I was doing this work, roughly 1 in 4 Americans went to a church like this, where people set out to have an intimate, back and forth relationship with God. And the thing that I really noticed about this world is that hearing God speak, that takes learning. So people come to this church and sometimes they say, well, God doesn't talk to me. Would you pray for me? Because I know he talks to you. He doesn't talk to me. They come to a church, and the first thing they learn in order to begin to have this experience is that the mind isn't private, but that thoughts and images and sensations one might have understood as self-generated are really God speaking. You have to learn to think about your mind a little differently, as if it's got a permeable boundary between you and God. She has to, the new evangelical has to learn to pick out God's thoughts as being different from her own. And here's somebody who's giving me an example of this. When people were praying over me and I'm just receiving it, meaning the prayer, and all of a sudden I hear, go to Kansas, which is where her parents live. Because I was debating whether to go to Kansas, but I hadn't been thinking about it within a 24-hour period. And so people pick out thoughts that feel more spontaneous, thoughts that feel louder, thoughts that feel different, thoughts that seem to be the kind of thing that God should be saying to them. And they tell me that over time, those thoughts seem to stand out more. They're more aware of the difference of those kinds of thoughts. She learns to practice talking with God. So when she's doing this, she's in a group, she's kind of focused on her inner experience. And what she's doing as she prays, you could describe as mental imagery cultivation. People are trying to see God as vividly as they possibly can. I've had people tell me that they experience themselves as standing in the throne room, and they try to feel the power of the heat of God's power on their cheeks. I've had people talk about sitting on a park bench with God's arm around their shoulders. People who go for walks with God and try to hear what God is saying to them. People who talk about cuddling with Jesus while sitting in Jesus' lap. And they say that as they do this, their mental images feel sharper and bolder and somehow more real. One woman told me that as she prayed, her inner images were kind of like watching PowerPoint. They also just talk to God as if God is there. It's something that the pastors say. Even if you don't really believe in God, talk to God as if he's present, and soon he will be. And that's what they say. So after some months, people say things like this. I recognize God's voice the way I recognize my mom's voice on the phone. There are hundreds of manuals that you can buy that teach you how to do this practice, how to talk to God. And they all say that God's voice is really not an audible experience. But about a third of the people that I spoke to had some kind of experience, at least once, in which God spoke in a way that had a hearing quality. So here's a woman who said to me, the Lord spoke to me clearly in April, like May or April, to start a school. And because of our conversation, I said, you heard this audibly? Yeah. Were you alone? Yeah, I was just praying. I wasn't praying anything really. I was just thinking about God, and I heard start a school. I immediately got up and was like, okay, Lord, where? You can do this without God. So there's a corner of the internet in which I've been spending time recently, in which people set out to create invisible friends called tulpas. This is explicitly a psychological practice. There are no metaphysical convictions. And there are thousands and thousands of people who try to do this. If you go to the site, you can click on the manuals. And the manuals give you two instructions. The first thing you should do is to use your mental imagery and to see your invisible companion as vividly as you possibly can in your mind's eye. And people talk about spending hundreds and thousands of hours looking at their tulpa's nose and looking at the hair and trying to imagine what their voice will sound like. And they also just talk to their tulpa as if their tulpa is there. And just like the evangelicals, they report that over time, they begin to have the sense that this invisible being emerges from their thoughts, that it feels different from them, that it feels sentient, that it feels alive. And every so often, they have a sensory experience of that tulpa, as if they can hear it with their ears or feel its touch. So that was training. The second factor is absorption. And it turns out some people are indeed better at doing this than others. The absorption scale is a list of 34 items like this, initially drafted to come up initially drafted as a pen and paper measure of hypnotizability, although most people now think that it picks up something a little closer to getting caught up in your imagination. You give it to somebody and you say, are these statements, is this statement and that statement, is it true for you? This is often treated as a personality trait, as something that individual people have. And one of my robust observations is whether I'm working with evangelical Christians or ordinary Christians or non-Christians or undergraduates who I'm trying to get to experience the presence of Leland Stanford Jr. I've done it. The more truths somebody has marked on the absorption scale, the more they say that the invisible being feels real to them, the more they say they have vivid experiences, and the more they say that they've had an experience of hearing the invisible being's voice. The third factor, the way that you think about thought really matters. So let me begin by observing that I think all humans everywhere have something like a default model of how thought works, how the mind works. That thoughts are located in the body, that they're private, that they're our thoughts, they're my thoughts, we own them. And while they affect us, they affect the thinker, they don't kind of get loose from the mind and go off and act on their own. But thoughts also feel like power, even to a secular modern audience. And many people have experiences that violate that default model of mind. So we all dream. And sometimes you have a dream that really feels as if it contains information that you didn't know, that came to you from outside. You can feel love, and the love will sort of sometimes feels as it's so big it escapes your body. You get really angry at somebody, even if they're not in the room. If you curse at them, it feels like an action. We can talk as if poems and songs just kind of come to us unbidden from outside. So even modern secular people have kind of intuitions that it's possible for thoughts to kind of leave the mind and act on their own in the world or enter the mind from outside. And I think that that culturally, some of these intuitions get developed and elaborated into ideas that cursing can really work, that there is divine inspiration, that there are people who have malevolent thoughts, and those thoughts can leave their body to affect somebody else's body. We can describe all of these as porosity, borrowing the term from Charles Taylor, the idea that the mind-world boundary is permeable in non-ordinary ways. So some years ago, I ran a project with a terrific group of young anthropologists and psychologists, and we were interested in the way people thought about thought and whether that there was a relationship with their vivid experience of gods and spirits. We worked in 5 parts of the world, and in each domain, people did intense, intimate, open-ended, ethnographic style conversations. They taught research assistants to stand online at the equivalent of the DMV and had them ask short interview questions to people in the general population. And they took surveys and they gave them to undergraduates. And we found this very striking finding, that no matter where we went, no matter how we asked the question, the more porosity an individual attested to, the more they were likely to say that they'd heard a voice, seen a vision, or felt the presence of a god or invisible spirit. And the more absorption they attested to, the more they reported they'd heard a voice, seen a vision, had some other intense and unusual experience of some spiritual being. So to summarize, I've seen 3 factors. There's a story about practice, mental imagery cultivation, and as-if imagination. A story about an individual proclivity, which I've described as absorption. And a story about some kind of cultural model in which a porous mind is a dimension of the way that people think about thought. All 3 of these facilitate the experience of thought as not one's own and not inside. And so I'm trying to make the argument that there's something like a non-mad pathway, that the attention to inner mental events leads to some mental events seeming to be more external, more in the world real. There's much more to be learned about practice, absorption, and porosity. But let me say just a word about psychosis. And I have to say that I've been approaching psychosis in a similar kind of way. And let me just say quite briefly that I've been looking at people who hear voices, the voices of psychosis, who meet criteria for schizophrenia across the globe. And the headline, not time to discuss in detail, but the headline is that compared to persons with schizophrenia in Chennai in South India, and Accra and Cape Coast in Ghana, in Shanghai, in Chiang Mai in Thailand, in Kazan in Russia, the Americans who meet criteria for schizophrenia and hear voices, they have much more violence in their voices, and they hear many more violent commands. It's a very striking observation. The second thing that I think we're beginning to feel confident about is that sometimes the religious expert, in this country and abroad, is somebody who actually does have something like a psychotic process, but is using these practices from religion to kind of rein in and perhaps mitigate the severity of their psychotic symptoms. Let me end on a broader point. This work suggests that it's possible to learn to experience some thoughts as not me and as not inside, and that humans do so with the intent of experiencing an invisible other, humans can learn to make that invisible other feel real. I'm not opposed to the possibility that there is also a non-human God, but what I want to say clearly is that we have a relationship with our own thoughts, and we can use that relationship to make it feel as if an invisible other is there. I just want to pause to reflect on how remarkable that is. The most moving thing I saw when working with evangelical Christians is that the God who spoke back felt like a social relationship to his humans. I'm not meaning to suggest that religion is always good or helpful, but politics aside, this God gave people advice that was better than their own advice, and advice they were more able to follow, and this God made them feel loved and protected. And I'm sure that this social relationship with God is one reason for the striking finding that religious observance is good for your body. So actually, rather than just a sign of madness, voices are also evidence of the human capacity to heal ourselves from within. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tanya. That was fantastic. Questions for Tanya? We need, yeah. And please say your name and where you're from.
Thank you. Gabby Starr, Pomona College. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the hedonic nature of these experiences of the sort of external or internal other. And I ask the question because it's my sense that the reason that we have these capacities to imaginatively manifest something is because sensation actually begins prior to perception, and it tends to begin with a prediction about the world, and then that prediction about the world then helps us to shape the what we actually perceive in the world. And so in general, we don't notice these kind of moments that precede perception unless there's some disruption that appears between around the perception. Like when you reach for a glass and you think it's wine and it's water and it tastes like nasty watery wine and not like what it actually is. That's a moment where you can perceive that you have your sensation was shaped prior to your actually having it. In general, those moments are imperceptible and really diaphanous. But when we do it on purpose, they see it's easier to do it by imagining something diaphanous than something solid. And that's because in order for the mechanisms to work, they need to be largely imperceptible. So when they separate out, like in the tasting of the nasty wine, it has a hedonic cast to it that's negative. But when you produce these on purpose, they generally have a positive hedonic characteristic to them because there's a successful creation of the imagery. So
Okay.
I'm trying to say, in the psychotic case, right, there's often the negative hedonic component of it. But in the transcendental case, then it has a positive cast because there's success of having reached out to God. So I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about those differences of hedonic cast and the kinds of
So this is
extrasensory experiences.
a great question, and you have predictably asked the question at the heart of this that nobody knows the answer to, which is why people actually hear voices. So, and what I mean by that is that nobody really understands why it is that this thought is felt like a perception and that thought is not. So my crew of people definitely think that predictive processing, some kind of expectation of things, of what will happen, lies behind the fact that Christians are more likely to experience God's voice. Witches do not experience the voice of a Christian God. They experience Caradon. They experience Demeter. But these experiences happen to atheists. They happen to spiritually but not religious people. It's also true that the quality of the experiences for folks with psychosis are quite different from the quality of folks who are religious. So when somebody is psychotic, when they're mad, to use the word that the activists prefer, the experience of hearing voices can happen very frequently, many times an hour. There can be many, many words in the experience. And what is experienced is often mean and disturbing. Not always. People have positive experiences as well. We don't really understand that. Folks who are religious, their experiences their audible experiences are rare. If it's audible, they can remember just a few, just a handful. If it's audible, they have 4 to 6 words, and the content tends to be startling but not surprising. Why is it good for them but bad for these folks? So there's one model that's a sophisticated version of the decoupling of the minus from the thought, which is a theory about the efference quality, and the efference copy we make of our thoughts. Some of my best beloved interlocutors think that that's not true, and that instead what you really have is a kind of, forgive me, a bubbling up of sort of neuronal electrical charge that's interpreted by the brain in different ways. I don't know. I do think that if you are immersed, it is often the case, but not always the case, that when you do not meet criteria for psychosis, the experience is positive. But that's not always true. There's a category of experiences around sleep paralysis in which people, like a quarter of you have had sleep paralysis. You wake up in the middle of the night, you can't move, and it sometimes feels like there's a presence in the room. That's almost always a negative experience, and sometimes sexually ecstatic, not always. Anyway, but I don't quite know the answer to your question.
Thank you. We'll take another.
Yeah, Rich Schifrin from Indiana. My colleague, Beth Loftus, member of APS, gave a talk here several years ago, pointing out that people can learn over some extended period of time to form memories of personal events that never happened. And that they're very confident that these memories are real and, in fact, lead to all kinds of problems as a result that she had to deal with. And I can't help wondering whether the perception of these things that, let's say, the evangelists have are really a different form of exactly the same process of formation of things that never happened?
Great question. And so in the sciencey empirical domain, people will distinguish between psychosis and dissociation. And dissociations, when I teach about this to undergraduates, I say that there's an elephant. I talk about the parable of the 6 blind men around the elephant, and some of them feel a trunk, which is the leg, and some feel the rope, which is the tail, some feel it a snake, which is the trunk. The phenomenon of dissociation, trance, hypnosis, and absorption, that's the elephant. There's some collection of human capacities in which people develop a relationship with what they imagine, and what they imagine can come to feel more and more real to them. A memory is different from a voice, but whatever is going on in the spiritual domain, or the domain in which people do not meet criteria for psychosis, there's something like that, some capacity to have the experience somehow comes to feel independently real, comes to feel more like a perception. People move around that spectrum. It's one reason why it's so hard to pin down what is a voice. People clearly do have experiences that feel as if they are not their own. So I'm confident of that because I talk to people. I'm also confident because we're actually now putting tulpomancers into fMRI machines, and we find that their brain behaves differently when they hear their tulpa speak. So they're having experiences, but the way that they remember the experience can alter. So another theory is a theory that we quickly monitor what's real. We quickly monitor our thoughts, and the judgment that we bring to bear shifts the kind of phenomenal quality of the thought and makes it more or less inside or outside, so the domain of reality monitoring. And I think that may also be playing a role. But yes, you're correct.
Fascinating. With that, I think we have to go on.
Okay.
Nothing.
All right, we'll take one more question.
Okay, Bob Hauser, Philadelphia. 2 quick questions. You mentioned
course.
hypnosis a few sentences back, and I'm just curious to know whether individuals who are more susceptible to being hypnotized are more likely to experience the kind of phenomena that you've described. And second, completely different question, have you looked or considered the parallel, and I like asking this in front of this audience, with the phenomena that you're talking about and sudden scientific insights?
Yes. Yes. In fact, we have a paper that's shortly coming up in the Topics on Cognitive Science that addresses exactly that issue. Yes, I think that if you're susceptible to hypnosis, you're more likely to have these experiences, and that's actually part of a project that we're doing now. It turns out it's not trivial to run many people through a test of hypnotic responsiveness, but we think that that's true. And yes, I think there's something about the way in which both absorption and porosity is something about the willingness to step back from your own mental thinking or somehow have a different relationship with your thought, so that you are able to kind of allow something to run so that it feels as if it is independent for you. So people who write, for example, fiction writers often report that their characters start to feel real and act independently from them and tell them what to write. That's clearly the case with J.K. Rowling. You can't write that quickly otherwise. But I think we think it's also true. It also has something to do with the creativity of the scientists, like the benzene ring that came to Kekule in a dream. That there's something that you allow some of your thought to actually behave, to play on its own. And then it has a kind of external quality that can teach you.
Fabulous. Thank you very much. That was outstanding. All right. Well, now something else. I'm also delighted to introduce now one of the newest members of the APS, Sharon Hammes-Schiffer. Professor Hammes-Schiffer was elected to the American Philosophical Society this past April, and she will be formally inducted tomorrow morning. Professor Hammes-Schiffer currently serves as the A. Barton Hepburn Professor of Chemistry at Princeton. Sharon is a theoretical chemist. Now, that doesn't mean she's a chemist theoretically. It means that she focuses on the development and application of theoretical and computational methods to understand the fundamental physical principles underlying chemical processes. One of her main interests has been what's called proton-coupled electron transfer reactions. And these involve the coupled motions of electrons and protons as an electron is transferred from one molecule to another. Now, Rudy Marcus, a longtime APS member, who many of you know, and Nobel laureate in the theory of electron transfer, he would sometimes describe these electron transfer reactions as like trying to understand how an elephant moves, the molecule, in response to a fly, the electron. So as you think about Sharon's talk, think about the elephant and the fly. These reactions are critically important throughout chemistry and biology, whether we're talking about photosynthesis, respiration, signaling within the cell, or new reactions dealing with climate change. Sharon is an outstanding theorist, and for her work, she's received many awards, including the Gibbs Medal, the Hirschfelder Prize in Theoretical Chemistry, the American Chemical Society Award in Theoretical Chemistry, and the Royal Society of Chemistry Burke Award. She's a member of the National Academy of Sciences and the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. Her title today is Electrons and Protons Move Together to Enable Chemistry and Biology. Please join me in welcoming Sharon.
Okay, thank you, Jackie, for that very nice introduction. So it's a real honor to be here and to be able to tell you about our work on how electrons and protons move together to enable chemistry and biology. So I want to start out just by describing electrons and protons. So a hydrogen atom, we probably all know, has one electron and one proton, and the proton is around 2,000 times heavier than the electron. So historically, the proton has usually been described as a point charge here, like this blue in the middle here. And then the electron is treated quantum mechanically as a wave function. So in other words, it's a delocalized probability density. You can see that by this red electron cloud, and you can see there's a darker red in the middle here. And that means higher probability of the electron being there, and that's because the proton has a positive charge of +1, and the electron has a negative charge of -1. And opposite charges attract, and so that means that the electron is going to want to spend more time there in the middle near the proton. Now, when two atoms get together, they can form a chemical bond, and then the electrons rearrange so that they can get more electron density here in the middle between the two nuclei. And chemical reactions involve the movement of electrons because they involve the breaking and the formation of bonds. And here's a simple chemical reaction. You just start out with a water molecule, H2O, and you have two bonds, right, between the two OHs. And you add a proton and you form another bond now, another OH bond. And so clearly the electrons had to rearrange themselves to form that new chemical bond. But there's another kind of reaction involving electrons, and that is electron transfer, or ET, from one site to another. So here you see two iron atoms in water, and the irons are shown by these brown spheres here. And here on the left, you have an extra electron, this mesh around that iron. And then that electron can transfer to this other iron, the one on the right, and so now that electron is now localized on the right side. So that's an electron transfer reaction from one site to another. And it turns out electrons can move over very long distances because they're so light. All right, and Jackie already mentioned Rudy Marcus, who developed a theory for electron transfer that allows us to predict the rates. And he did this back in the 1950s, and then he won a Nobel Prize in 1992. But what about the protons? It turns out that chemical reactions can also involve the movement of protons. So we can also have proton transfer. So we call electron transfer ET, and proton transfer would be PT. So you can have PT, proton transfer, from one site to another. So here we go with another water molecule. The oxygen is red, the two white spheres are protons. And you can see there's a proton moving between two water molecules. And on either side, it forms a bond, a chemical bond with the oxygen. So it's just going back and forth. This is a proton transfer reaction. Now, the proton is going to move a much shorter distance than the electron because it's 2,000 times heavier, right? So it can't move those lengths. But still, it's very important when the proton moves like this. Now, I already mentioned that usually the proton is treated classically, like a point charge, this blue in the middle here, and that the electrons are always treated quantum mechanically. But it turns out that sometimes the protons also need to be treated quantum mechanically. They also need to be treated as a wave function or as a probability density instead of just a point charge. And so here you see a quantum proton. Instead of a point charge, it's a delocalized proton. Not as delocalized as the electron, right? Because it's still 2,000 times heavier, but it is still delocalized. It's not actually a point charge. Now, it turns out that electrons and protons can also tunnel through barriers. So if you think of this black curve here, that black curve is, say, train tracks. There's no train on it. But what we're going to do is we're going to take a ball, like a billiard ball or something, and we're going to just drop it so that it's moving back and forth on this left side for the classical particle. And it's just going to, if there's no friction, right, it's just going to move back and forth. Right? It's never going to get over the barrier because it doesn't have enough energy to get over the barrier. So it's just going to stay on the left side. It's stuck there when it's a classical particle. But if we decide we're going to treat that particle quantum mechanically, so we're going to describe it with a wave function or a probability density, right? In this case, it's one dimension, so it's this blue curve. That's the probability of where the proton is. And you can see from this picture on the right that then for the quantum proton, it can actually move from one well to the other without actually going over the barrier. It doesn't have enough energy to get over the barrier, but yet it's going back and forth, right? It's on the left now, and it's going to go on to the right. And that is quantum mechanical tunneling. It's going through the barrier instead of over it. So it turns out that electrons are always assumed to be able to tunnel, right? They're so light. So all of our electronics, your cell phones, which are hopefully turned off, but those electrons are always tunneling wherever they go. But it turns out that protons can also tunnel. They're just going to tunnel over shorter distances because they're so much heavier than the electrons. But we still need to think about the fact that the protons are tunneling as well as the electrons. Now, I already mentioned that a proton is a positive charge of +1, the electron is a negative charge of -1, and opposite charges attract. So it turns out that many times the proton and the electron will move together. And that leads to this phenomenon that's called proton-coupled electron transfer, or PCET. Now, it turns out that PCET is important throughout biology and chemistry. So here are two examples. There's on the left, we have photosynthesis. On the right, we have an enzyme that's essential for DNA synthesis. And what we see is if you look closely, you don't worry about all the details, they're obviously very complicated, but you see electrons and protons transferring in different places and in different directions in these complex processes. Now, PCET is a much newer field than the field of electron transfer. I mentioned Rudy Marcus started back in the 1950s with that. So it's a newer field, but it's still become very active because people realize now that PCET is ubiquitous. And I just list a few names of some of the people who performed the pioneering experimental studies of PCET. And you can see Dan Nocera, who's I think here in the audience, is one of the people who was really the leader in this field. So what my group does is we develop theories to be able to describe PCET. So our goal is to understand where the electrons and protons are going and how fast they get there. And we really want to be able to predict how to change and control the pathways and the rates of these PCET reactions. So to do this, we needed to derive a lot of mathematical equations and expressions. We're treating the electrons and the protons quantum mechanically to include all those effects of delocalization and tunneling. And then we get expressions, say, for the rate constant. That's what's shown here. I'm not going to go into the detail and explain any of that. But my point is that we have these expressions, and then we need to use computational methods, simulations and calculations, to be able to calculate the input quantities for this rate constant expression. And some of these methods are very standard in the field of chemistry. So, for example, if you want to describe molecules, you solve the quantum mechanical equation, you obtain an electronic wave function, and then you can calculate the geometries, the relative energies, and the vibrations. And I show a molecule here. So each one of these spheres is an atom, and the different colors correspond to different types of atoms. So you can see the hydrogens are the small white spheres. There's, again, the oxygens in red. And what this is a structure of a molecule, and you see it moving, and that's just a vibration that it does at room temperature. I'm just doing this all the time. Now, if we have large biological systems, we can't treat everything quantum mechanically, right? It's too expensive. So people have come up with methods more approximate. For example, molecular mechanical force fields, where each atom is represented as a sphere, and then each configuration of atoms has an energy associated with it. So, for example, a chemical bond would be described by a spring between two spheres. Steric effects would be described by, if you think of two billiard balls knocking into each other and bouncing back. And electrostatic interactions, again, I already mentioned opposite charges attract, and then like charges will repel. So all of that goes into this big expression to describe big molecules. Now, if you want to know how these molecules are moving, we can do molecular dynamics. We just solve Newton's equations of motion. Force equals mass times acceleration, and we get the forces from the energy. So if you think back to high school physics, right, if someone throws a baseball, you know the initial position and the initial velocity, then you can say where that baseball is going to be at any time, just assuming the only force on it is the gravitational force. Now, we can do the same thing with a protein, which has many atoms in it, where each atom is sort of treated like a baseball, where we're just solving force equals mass times acceleration. Its force is going to be more complicated than gravity, but yet we can still do this numerical integration here. And here's an example of an actual protein moving. So here all we're doing is doing force equals mass times acceleration on all the different atoms. And we don't even show the individual atoms. This is such a huge system. We just show these ribbon structures. And you can see this thing vibrating. Again, that's what it's doing at room temperature. But so far, when I've talked about these computational methods, there's no quantum mechanics, right? Everything is being treated classically. But I already told you how important quantum mechanics is for electrons and protons to delocalize. If we want to break or form chemical bonds, we need to describe the electrons quantum mechanically. If we want to describe a hydrogen tunneling, we need to treat that proton quantum mechanically. So my group has developed methods to go beyond the standard methods and incorporate this kind of hydrogen tunneling in these kinds of simulations. So this green mesh here, that is the proton, the nucleus. And what you just saw was that it tunneled and it's going to start again. And you can see it starts out basically as a sphere, but then it's going to delocalize. It becomes like the shape of a peanut, right? And it starts to delocalize between the two wells. And there it goes, and now it tunneled. And so that's tunneling in an enzyme, and I'll point out that this was a collaboration with Steve Benkovic, who's here in the room from some time ago. So now we have the methods and the theories to be able to study these systems. I want to talk about two examples where we've used these kinds of methods to learn something useful. And one is, the first example has been inspired by PCET and photosynthesis. So plants convert energy from sunlight into chemical energy, into chemical bonds. They're storing the energy in chemical bonds, and that involves PCET. So what you see over here is the ET for electron transfer, the PT for proton transfer. There are a lot of things going on. So the idea of this project was to figure out, can we follow nature's example but design molecular systems that do PCET? So we'll use an electrode now, so a slab of metal, to take an electron from a molecule and get a proton to transfer. And we just apply a voltage to get that, or a potential to get that proton to transfer, and then we can maybe get more protons to transfer. Here there are 2 protons transferring. So the idea is to assemble what's called a proton wire. Now, we all know about electrical wires, where electrons are going through all of our electrical wiring in our houses. Well, these are proton wires where we get protons to move along a wire. And the reason that we care about this is because many solar energy devices, which convert sunlight to chemical bonds, they require the movement of protons over long distances. So this was a collaboration with Tom and Anna Moore, and they've been designing artificial photosynthetic systems. And what they did is they said, let's look at this photosystem 2 on the previous slide, and let's just represent this red part of it by a molecule, this molecule called BIP. And so what they're doing is designing molecular systems to mimic PCET and photosynthesis. And our calculations have been helping with that. And the idea is, in this case, you remove an electron and you can get 1 proton to transfer here. But we want to transport protons over long distances, although each proton can only move a short distance, right, compared to an electron because it's so heavy. But the idea is to have multiple proton transfer reactions to create a proton wire. And here's a picture of that. We have our electrode, we apply a potential, we take an electron, and we can get 1 proton to transfer or 2, and so forth. And what we did is we in this collaboration, it was a feedback between experiment and theory. We could design molecules on the computer before they even made them in the lab, and then they test them out. Or sometimes they made them in the lab, and then we helped them interpret their experimental data or helped them improve the molecules. And so in this case, you can see we have a series of molecules that we got 2, 3, and 4 protons to transfer. So what we're doing here is we're removing an electron, and then we can get, it's easier to look over here on the left, you can get 4 protons to transfer from one side of the molecule to the other. Each proton's only moving a short distance, but the net transport of protons is over 16 angstroms. And then the question is, well, are all these protons transferring exactly at the same time? Now, it turns out our experimental collaborators, they're doing electrochemistry. That's too slow of a timescale to figure out, to really answer that question. But on the computer, we can answer that question. What we can do is we can take the molecule, just remove an electron, and we do molecular dynamics, force equals mass times acceleration. And that's what we're doing here. You can see they're all moving around, that these 2 white spheres here, those are the protons that are transferring. And what we find is they're not happening at exactly the same time. Even though our experimental collaborators said all they see is all of the protons either in their initial places or in their final places, nothing in between. What we're seeing here, you can see there's a delay between these 2 proton transfers. That the first one occurs about 100 femtoseconds after electron transfer, and the second one occurs about 600 femtoseconds later. So basically, you can see there's a delay between it. There's a delay, and there it goes. Right, so PCET is asynchronous. They couldn't see that experimentally with electrochemistry, but we can see it on the computer. And it turns out there are experimental techniques that can look at this very fast time scale. And so we've now put this prediction out into the literature, and the hope is that some of these people who look at faster timescale processes will be able to then answer the question, do they actually see this asynchronicity? So in this project, what I showed is by just removing 1 electron with an electrode, we can transport protons over long distances. So there's a net transport of these protons from this side of the molecule all the way to this side of the molecule through a whole series of individual proton transfer reactions. And this can be important to designing solar energy devices. And we all know that solar energy, right, is very important as an alternative energy resource, right, that's sustainable. So the second example is an enzyme called ribonucleotide reductase. So ribonucleotide reductase is often called RNR. This is an enzyme that's essential to DNA synthesis and repair in all living organisms. So it turns out that it's a target for cancer chemotherapy. So inhibitors of this enzyme are currently being used, right, in cancer treatments. So we want to understand how it works. Now you can see it's a very complicated system. It's, there's this big mess on the left here. And we're very fortunate that Kathy Drennan and Joanne Stubbe have used cryo-electron microscopy to solve the structure of this protein. In other words, they now know where all of the atoms are. Now there's some uncertainty, but still, we have a starting point here. And for simulations, we need to have that starting point where we need a structure of the protein before we can start simulating. And so now that we have this gives us an ability to step forward, to move forward. And what's really interesting about this structure is it shows a PCET pathway that's spanning these 2 subunits, this red and the blue here. These are just 2 pieces of protein that are interacting. And they have 6 PCET reactions spanning 32 angstroms. And it looks, I know, very complicated over here, but basically proteins are made up of residues. And the residues here are labeled with these capital letters, so Y, for example, over here. And what this enzyme is doing is it needs to transfer an unpaired electron over 32 angstroms. So usually electrons come in pairs. Right? You have many pairs of 2 electrons, but sometimes there's an unpaired electron called a radical. And if, for example, if you have an odd number of electrons, you're always going to have 1 unpaired, right? So this radical is shown by that red dot there. And so the idea is to transport that radical, that unpaired electron, clear across to get to here, because you need to get that to that other side to be able to do the chemistry that's required to synthesize DNA. And we want to understand how that happens. So it turns out it happens by transferring an electron between residues. And remember, electrons are much lighter than protons. They can transfer over larger distances. So this electron is going clear across from this residue to this, to here, and it's hopping along until it gets to the end. And it's coupled to proton transfer. So these are actually all PCET reactions. And so to understand this, we did molecular dynamic simulations again, and we focused first on this one residue here. This residue is called a tyrosine, and it needs to flip out here to do electron transfer with its left neighbor, and then flip back here to do its proton transfer or electron transfer with its right neighbor. And so this kind of a flipping motion was seen in our molecular dynamic simulations. Now I'll say in the structure, these two residues, they were stacked. There are two rings, and they're stacked right like this in the structure. But when we start doing molecular dynamic simulations, we see that this flipping starts occurring. And you can see that with a cartoon there, but I think it's more interesting to look at the real atomic level simulation here. This is that residue I'm talking about, that it's flipping back and forth because it needs to do PCET with its left neighbor and PCET with its right neighbor. Right? So it needs to go back and forth. We get this level of atomic resolution from a simulation. Now, I will point out that Dan Nocera and Joanne Stubbe, they had experiments that actually showed for a slightly modified enzyme, they were able to show the same sort of evidence of the same sort of flipping. We can do it on the original enzyme, but also we can see this atomic level detail that they can't see in their experiments. But again, I want to emphasize this importance of the feedback between experiment and theory. We're always going back and forth, and we're learning from each other. And I think that's very important. If we can't just do theory, our theory always has to be validated by experiments. Now, then we wanted to look at how the proton is transferring between these two stacked residues that I mentioned, right? You have a proton going between these two oxygens. Everybody just assumed it went directly between the two. But when we did molecular dynamics simulations, we found that another residue, this one up here, comes in and actually participates. So you can see from this movie, this other residue is sort of shepherding the proton, that white sphere, across. That's something they didn't know experimentally. We identified this residue as being important. And then Dan Nocera and Joanne Stubbe actually changed that residue into something else, and the enzyme died. It no longer worked. So this is an example of how simulations can identify key residues, and that's going to be very important in designing proteins, modified proteins for, say, drug use, or for inhibitors, better inhibitors. This is a way to actually stop the reaction by changing this residue into something else. Now, I will say we've done additional calculations showing that hydrogen tunneling is also important in this enzyme as well. So to tell you what I've sort of summarized what I've been telling you about, the coupling of electrons and protons, right, and of their movement is essential throughout chemistry and biology. It's important to understand how to control where the electrons and protons go and how fast they get there. And so we've been developing theories and computational methods to be able to treat the electrons and the protons quantum mechanically in these kinds of calculations, so that we can describe proton-coupled electron transfer in an accurate way. And our theories and simulations have been providing insights into very complex systems. There's an example here about designing proton wires that can be important for solar energy devices, and also elucidating enzymes, like this one here that's essential for DNA synthesis, so this could be important for drug design. And then I want to acknowledge the people who did the work. This is my current group at Princeton. There's some former group members. These people are the ones who actually did the work I talked about today, and our experimental collaborators, and also the places that fund this research. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Super. Super. All right. Questions for Sharon? Yes, please.
Scientists who try and explore the universe make the statement that it's just chemistry and biology, therefore would be the same anywhere. Is there anything with sufficient time resolution or some other resolution that can prove that the chemistry that you've been demonstrating here is really happening elsewhere. I mean, we've got spectroscopy, but that's really broadband compared to the resolution that would be needed to verify that chemistry really is the chemistry somewhere else.
And you're talking about somewhere else, like in the universe, not on Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, clearly some of these reactions, for example, require oxygen. So you need to be in an environment that requires oxygen. But I think, there are certainly in atmosphere, chemical reactions that there are computational chemists, theorists who are studying those kinds of reactions out in the universe. And so I would say it does depend on the conditions. It will depend on the temperature. And again, sometimes I think, obviously the temperature is quite different on some of these other planets. The degree of oxygen, which I already mentioned. So I do think that the chemistry depends on the conditions. So I don't think you can say that all chemical reactions will occur on all planets. But I think some chemistry is likely to be occurring on everywhere. It just might be slightly different types of chemical reactions because of the different conditions. But certainly you can simulate under these other conditions, different pressures, temperatures, and so forth, with or without oxygen. So I think that is something that can be done on the computer, and that is being done. And there are many computational astrophysicists, for example, who are addressing those sorts of problems.
Yes, in the back.
So that was a terrific talk, and I was wondering whether you look into the effects of replacing the protons with deuterons. That must affect the tunneling substantially. This is Will Happer from Princeton.
Yes, a great question. Yes, that is the kinetic isotope effect. So we calculate these things with hydrogen and with deuterium, and then you calculate the ratio of the rate constants of hydrogen over deuterium, and you can get kinetic isotope effects. What's really interesting, so yes, we care very much about that. I didn't put that in this talk, but that is something that experimentalists measure and that we calculate. And it turns out, for example, there is an enzyme called soybean lipoxygenase that has a kinetic isotope effect of about 80 at room temperature, and you can make some mutations, so you can change some residues and get that kinetic isotope effect to go up to 700. These are experiments that were performed by Judith Klinman at UC Berkeley, and we've also studied these theoretically. And our theory has been able to explain that at all. Of course, that is a hallmark of hydrogen tunneling, because they're replacing one hydrogen with deuterium, right? The difference in mass is only a factor of 2. Yet the rate goes down by 800 or 700 or 80 or 700, right? That's clearly hydrogen tunneling, and that's actually further emphasis that you really need to include hydrogen tunneling in your theories and in your computations to be able to describe that kind of effect. It really has to do with overlaps between proton vibrational wave functions. That's how you can get those huge effects, by just changing one hydrogen to a deuterium. So yes, and it's a really wonderful tool to be able to understand the mechanisms of these complicated systems, is by looking at those isotope effects, but not completely straightforward to interpret, I'd say. So it is, you really do need theories and models to balance, to go with the experiments to be able to interpret these kinds of results.
Yes, please, and please say who you are.
How in the world do you make your simulations run fast enough to get the results you show? These are very complicated molecules.
Yeah, that's a good question too. So, I mean, yes, most of these aren't happening on the femtosecond timescale, and when you treat things quantum mechanically, it gets more expensive. So you're absolutely right. There are methods, enhanced sampling methods that allow you to sample the regions of interest by putting restraints on certain atoms. So you want to see a chemical reaction to occur. You would restrain certain, like say the hydrogen to be in the middle, or to be along the pathway. If the hydrogen moves along here, you would do a series of windows where you're doing simulations and you're restraining the hydrogen to be in each one of these positions. And then there are statistical methods to weight these in a way that you basically get the results for the actual real system without the restraints. So that's a type of enhanced sampling method. So there's a lot underlying this. There are a lot of, and of course, my group is just one of many, many that are studying these. I would say that also I should emphasize that other groups have also worked on including quantum mechanics into these kinds of simulations. And many, many other groups have developed enhanced sampling methods that we can just use because they took the time to develop them. And so you do have to worry about these things and develop computational algorithms. So that's all part of the field of theoretical chemistry, yes.
Well, I think given the time, and with that, let's thank Sharon once again. Sharon, welcome to the APS. It's good to have you here. We're going to take an hour for lunch. There'll be lunch in the front and lunch in the back. And we'll see you after lunch for the award ceremonies. Thank you.
من قلبي سلام لبيروت وقبل للبحر والبيوت.
If you could take your seats, please, we will begin the afternoon session. As always, please check to make sure that your cell phones are off. So, welcome to the American Philosophical Society's Awards Ceremony. This afternoon, we are presenting 5 distinguished awards. Our first award, the Jacques Barzun Prize in Cultural History, was established in 1993 by a former student of Professor Barzun's. The prize is awarded annually to the author whose book exhibits distinguished work in American or European cultural history. David Hollinger, member of the Barzun Prize Committee, will present this year's award. David.
The winner of this year's Barzun Prize is Darrin McMahon of Dartmouth, who is currently the Mary Brimstead Wheeler Professor of History at Dartmouth. And the award is given for his book, Equality, the History of an Elusive Idea. Now, that title tells you something about the challenge of writing this. Many of you are familiar with the older tradition of the history of ideas by Arthur O. Lovejoy, where an idea had a particular structure and lasted through history. The elusive character recognized by McMahon is that equality is not an idea of that sort. it's elusive, it's vague, it's highly contested. So what we have in this remarkable book is he takes us from cave dwellings back in the age of early primitive times, as we say, through ancient Greece, through early Christianity, through pre-Enlightenment Europe, through the French Revolution, through Hitler's Reich, through the civil rights movement of the United States, and a variety of other episodes where the idea of equality is given particularity and put to specific uses that McMahon is very effective in explaining. Now, many of these episodes of the elusive idea of equality are what we would loosely call progressive, in that they did advance what we would recognize as a more equal society. Not always. And one of the virtues of this book is that it also points us to occasions when the idea of equality turned out to be a kind of fraud. And those of us on the committee, Michael Wood and Robert Pippin and myself, were particularly charmed by a series of quotations from episodes where equality was sort of fraudulent. Like our favorite quotation was from Anatole France, when he's describing his society in 19th century France. And he's talking about the majestic character of equality in post-revolutionary France. The majestic quality of our laws forbid the rich as well as the poor to sleep under bridges, forbid the rich as well as the poor to beg in the streets, forbid the rich as well as the poor to steal their bread. So this is equality of a sort. Now, this book is anything but a muckrake of the history. Rather, there are many examples of where we as readers are invited to share the traditional spiritual enchantment, we might say, of the idea of equality, and also to remember its political utility. So we're ending the book, he ends the book with an account of Martin Luther King, whose notion of equality always as a dream, not something necessarily fulfilled, but as a dream that's always out there. Darrin McMahon is an intellectual historian of the very highest rank, and it is my privilege to award him the Jacques Barzun Prize.
Thank you so much, David. Thank you all. I've been told in no uncertain terms to keep this brief, and I promise to do so, but I'd like to make just two quick points. And one is that if you'd asked me a year ago, what award could you possibly receive that would be most meaningful to you, I would have chosen this one. Not that I win so many prizes, but this is particularly meaningful to me because of a number of reasons. One, Jacques Barzun was a great cultural historian of ideas who strove to write history over the longue durée and connect kind of deep, resonant concepts to present concerns, and I've tried to do that in my own work, and that really resonates with me. Two, because the prize committee is formed not only of very fine intellectual historians like David, but philosophers and people in literature. It's an interdisciplinary group, and I've always tried to do interdisciplinary work, and so that was particularly meaningful. And finally, because if you look at the list of people who've won Barzun prizes over the years, some of my most revered historians are on that list, and so I feel a little bit like I've entered, the Valhalla of history, and so I'm tremendously moved and grateful for the award. The second point is that, and this won't be a surprise to so many people in this room, scholarship is often very lonely. And it's lonely, it can be, but it's never conducted in isolation. It always depends upon networks of friends and of people and of sort of unseen labor that is indispensable to producing scholarship, and particularly a book like this that took me about 8 years. My family was that network for me. they didn't complain, or at least not too much, when I would go upstairs to work in my study or take a research trip or attend a conference. And so I'm particularly grateful to my son and my daughter and my wife for allowing me the time and resources to carry out this work. Thank you very much.
Our next award of the day is the Judson Daland Prize for Achievement in Patient-Oriented Clinical Research. Dr. Judson Daland, a prominent Philadelphia physician and outstanding figure in medical research, left the bulk of his estate to the Society in the 1930s as an endowment to be used to support research in clinical medicine. This prize recognizes outstanding achievement in clinical investigation, particularly patient-oriented research. Clyde Barker, member of the Daland Prize Committee, will present this year's prize. Clyde.
David Pragenbaum is an assistant professor of medicine at the University of Pennsylvania. He went to college at Georgetown, where he quarterbacked the university's football team. His advanced degrees are from Oxford and the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. And when he got to medical school at Penn, he was confronted by a potentially fatal disease. He decided to do something about it, and he succeeded. He's won many awards, and I'm not going to bother to read what you've got in your program anyway. In fact, I'm curtailing my introduction because his story is so compelling that I don't want to steal any of his time. David, the floor is yours.
Wow. Thank you so much for that introduction. Such an honor to receive this award, and it is especially meaningful to me because repurposing old, neglected drugs, which is what I did to discover a drug to save my life, isn't always celebrated. We tend to focus on the next new technologies and blockbusters, treatments, and rightfully so, but every day I'm reminded of the importance of repurposing through the thousands of patients that we've saved. I've seen them go from preparing for hospice care to beginning their first day of college, from getting their will finalized to walking their kids down the aisle 8 years later. And in my case, surviving long enough to marry the love of my life, Caitlin, and to have 2 beautiful children. As you heard earlier, I became very ill with a horrible disease called Castleman's when I was a third-year med student, and I went on a journey to try to discover a drug that already existed that could maybe save my life. I didn't have 10 years and $1 billion to create a new drug from scratch, but I thought if I could figure out what was wrong in my immune system, maybe there was a drug out there that could save me. And after lots of hard work, I ended up discovering a drug called sirolimus that's been around for decades. It was developed for organ transplant rejection, and I began testing it on myself. It's now been over 10 years that I've been in remission, and we've been able to treat many patients all over the world with that same drug. I am so proud of what we've achieved, but there is still so much work to be done. See, humanity has developed 4,000 drugs for about 4,000 human diseases, but there are still over 14,000 diseases that don't have a single approved therapy. I am so driven by the countless people suffering today from these diseases that could potentially benefit from treatments that already exist that were made for other conditions. And we're tackling this in two different ways. First, by performing deep immune profiling of patient biospecimens to uncover mechanisms that can be targeted with existing drugs, like how we identified mTOR and sirolimus in particular could be used to treat my disease and put me in remission for over 10 years. And second, by utilizing machine learning algorithms to systematically analyze the likelihood of all 4,000 drugs to be able to treat all 18,000 diseases. Whereas discovering sirolimus for my disease was like trying to find the lowest hanging fruit on one particular tree, we're now able to systematically look across the entire forest to find the lowest hanging fruit anywhere. We've been able to identify things like leucovorin for a rare subtype of autism where kids have folate receptor antibodies and therefore don't get folate to their brain. We've identified peritumoral lidocaine injections for patients with breast cancer that have improved survival and outcomes with a simple injection. And recently, we found 3 multiple myeloma drugs that we thought could be useful for POEM syndrome and treated the first patient ever earlier this year, and he's doing incredibly well right now. But this impact is not possible without our incredible team. Colleagues like Mary Zaccato from the CDCN and Every Cure, mentors from Penn like Arthur Rubenstein, Dean Epstein, Mike Parmacek, Dan Rader, who have been by my side from the moment I joined Penn, and my incredible family. My dad, my 2 sisters, Caitlin, my in-laws, my brother-in-law, you all have been with me from the very beginning. And I want to especially thank my amazing wife, Caitlin, who's here today. Like was shared earlier, she's also put up with me through a lot of really busy moments. She's been with me through a lot of highs, a lot of lows, and we've got 2 beautiful children together. I also want to thank one person who is not here today. That's my mom. This month marks 20 years since she passed away from cancer, and 20 years since I promised her that I would dedicate the rest of my life to trying to find treatments for patients like her. So I just want to close by thanking all of you for this incredible honor, and I hope you'll join us in always performing patient-centric research and partnering with us to unlock cures that are hiding in plain sight. Thank you all so much.
Our third award of the day is the Henry Allen Moe Prize in the Humanities, which is awarded annually for the best paper in the humanities and jurisprudence read at a meeting of the Society. Michael McCormick, a member of the Moe Prize Committee, will present the 2024 Moe Prize. Mike.
The recipient of the 2024 Henry Allen Moe Prize in the Humanities or Jurisprudence is Jan M. Zielkowski in recognition of his paper, The Juggler of Notre Dame and the Medievalizing of Modernity, presented at the APS in April 2019 meeting and published in the Proceedings of the American Philosophical Society, Volume 164. Jan Zielkowski, Arthur Kingsley Porter Professor of Medieval Latin at Harvard University, was elected a member of the APS in 2017. Juggler is a witty romp across 7 centuries of French and American literature and popular culture. Magically, in true jongleur fashion, it manages somehow to condense a 6-volume work of immense and rigorous humanistic scholarship, plus exhibition, catalog, translations, all separate and additional publications, into a succinct and jovial essay. What might seem a hopelessly obscure medieval hagiographical tale about a pious but illiterate street entertainer turns out in Professor Zielkowski's expert hands to reverberate through the centuries. The retired juggler knows no Latin for fancy prayers, so he can only dance and juggle before a statue of the Virgin Mary in his monastery, winning her miraculous approval in the face of invidious sniping from his monastic betters. Zielkowski tracks the tale's transformations in a discreetly breathtaking display of cross-temporal and cross-disciplinary humanistic scholarship that starts from the philology of a 13th century French poem and takes us down to American popular culture. 1896 beer ads, 1930s radio consoles, and 20th century Tony Curtis via Anatole France. In so doing, the thoughtful Ziolkowski opens a new window on the profound but complex impact of medieval European civilization on Atlantic modernity and conveys its essence in sparkling fashion. Established in 1982 by a gift from the widow of Henry Allen Moe to honor the longtime head of the Guggenheim Foundation and president of the American Philosophical Society from 1959 to 1970, it pays particular tribute to his firm commitment to the humanities and those who pursue them. The Moe Prize is awarded annually to the author of a paper in the humanities or jurisprudence read at a meeting of the Society. The selection committee was Linda Greenhouse, Chair, Senior Research Scholar, Yale Law School, Michael McCormick, Gillette Professor of Medieval History and Chair of Science of the Human Past, Harvard University, and Brent Shaw, Andrew Fleming West Professor of Classics Emeritus, Princeton University.
Did you get the juggler? He's on my tie. Thank you. The talk for which this prize has been awarded was delivered 5 years ago. Because the interim has been eventful, how's that for understatement? That Friday seems far more than a half-decade removed from now. Thinking back on the occasion brings joy. I feel the deepest gratitude, first, for having been invited to present before this august assembly, A Medieval Tale and its later receptions. Second, for having had that spoken act enshrined in the printed proceedings. And finally, for receiving the present recognition. I'm also appreciative to the story itself for all that it has taught and delighted me. And I had not planned to embarrass either myself or my wife by saying something about her, but I will also thank her because I would not want to be the only speaker not to do so. She knows, without my saying, just how much I value the support that she's given as I've followed these bizarre whimsies of mine. Like other communities, the American Philosophical Society must transform in reflection of the times, but it negotiates changes with a care that befits its venerability. Not tripping and falling become priorities when heading gradually toward 300. That was a joke. You were thinking. The warm and wise welcome of the APS carries still greater meaning as many institutions in our tumultuous nation and world have stumbled, because the society displays and fosters in its members daunting qualities of mind and heart. This honor will remain unforgettable to me. Please accept my warmest thanks for having heard me out, both back then and right now, and for continuing to intimidate, inform, and inspire me with your expertise and insightfulness. Thank you.
Before we award the fourth prize of the day, we are going to induct our next award recipient into the membership in the society.
Will Dr. Naomi Oreskes please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present Naomi Oreskes, Henry Charles Lee Professor of History and Science and Affiliated Professor of Earth and Planetary Science at Harvard University. She is an internationally renowned geologist, science historian, and author of both scholarly and popular books and articles on the history of Earth and environmental science, including The Rejection of Continental Drift and Plate Tectonics, an insider's history of the modern theory of Earth. Her research focuses on the earth and environmental sciences, with particular interest paid to understanding scientific consensus and dissent. In recent decades, she's been a leading voice on the issue of anthropogenic climate change, and her essay, The Scientific Consensus on Climate Change, has been widely cited both in the United States and abroad, including in the Royal Society's publication, A Guide to Facts and Fictions About Climate Change, and in the Academy Award-winning film, An Inconvenient Truth. She's a recipient of the American Geophysical Union Presidential Citation for Science and Society, and as you may have guessed already, she is this year's recipient of the APS Patrick Suppies Prize in History of Science for her book, Science on a Mission.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations. Please come over for a photo with us. So, continuing with this year's awards, our next prize is the Patrick Suppies Prize in the History of Science. The Suppies Prize was established and funded in 2006 by Patrick Suppies, a member of the Society for 22 years until his death in 2014. This prize honors accomplishment in three very different and deeply significant fields that reflect the spectacular scope of Suppies' own interests. The prize rotates each year between philosophy, psychology, and the history of science. Angela Krager, member of the Suppies Prize Committee, will present this year's award.
I am delighted to speak on behalf of the Committee for the Patrick Suppies Prize in the History of Science in awarding Naomi Oreskes this year's prize for her book, Science on a Mission: How Military Funding Shaped What We Do and Don't Know About the Ocean. It was published by University of Chicago Press in 2021. In this ambitious and important book, Oreskes charts the history of American oceanography before and after World War II, tracking the interplay of ideas, instruments, institutions, and politics. Science on a Mission focuses on developments at three major research sites: Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute in Massachusetts, Scripps Institution of Oceanography in California, and Lamont Geological Observatory in New York. At all three institutions, the U.S. Navy was the dominant funder of post-war research. In turn, researchers provided their military sponsor valuable information, even as they vastly expanded basic knowledge about the ocean. However, as Oreskes demonstrates in detail, Navy funding also limited the very scientific questions that were asked and the approaches taken at these institutions. The result was a flourishing of knowledge about the physical structure of the oceans, the geology of the seabed, and the circulation of currents, as well as the unexpected discovery of life around deep hydrothermal vents. Other questions, though, were marginalized, particularly concerning biological oceanography. Moreover, the American system of security classification restricted the sharing of basic knowledge about the oceans through the scientific literature. Science on a Mission has been a long-awaited contribution to our field, and it's based on a formidable set of published and archival sources. Oreskes is a master of explaining the technical content of oceanography. In addition, the book is so well written that every chapter reads as if it were a detective story, bringing to life a wonderful cast of characters, including Henry Stommel, Roger Revelle, Joanne Malkus, and Charles Hollister. The result is a path-breaking account of oceanography that remains accessible to readers who know nothing about the field. Oreska's magisterial book offers a telling example of how patronage can shape the growth of knowledge and how U.S. security classification can restrict its circulation. I want to acknowledge the other members of the committee. We scoured the literature for all the books we could consider this year and worked hard, and there was a unanimous consensus that Naomi Oreska's Science on a Mission was our winner. The other members of the committee were Gordon Boehm, Jen Buchwald, Lorraine Daston, Ruth Schrautz-Cohen, and Susan Wolf.
Well, thank you so much. Thanks, Angela. Thanks to the committee. This prize really means a lot to me in many ways, and I thought I'd just take a minute to talk about four. It means so much to me, especially in this historical and political moment, to be here at the American Philosophical Society, a society that has been dedicated for nearly 300 years to the pursuit of knowledge, to open inquiry, to open discussion. I also want to thank APS because APS gave me some of the seed money to do this project nearly 20 years ago, without which it would have been much, much harder to get this whole project off the ground or launched into the ocean. As Angela said, this book has been a long time coming. It's a long book, and it took a long time to write. As some of you know, I've written many books. This is the one that took the longest. So it's really especially significant and gratifying for all that hard work to feel like it's paid off, and particularly because we increasingly live in a time when publishers are pressuring us to write shorter books. And I've written short books, and there's a place for short books, but I think it's just so profoundly important that as academics and scholars, we continue to insist upon the importance of sustained inquiry over time on big questions that can't be answered quickly. I also want to say one more thing about the relationship of this book to my public work, because as some of you know, I've done a lot of work as a public intellectual, and I consider that work to be very important, but I also believe that everything I have done as a public intellectual is absolutely grounded in the foundation of my academic work. And without that academic foundation, it would not be possible for me to make the public interventions that I do. My husband, Ken Belitz, is not here today, but I would be remiss in not acknowledging a husband in this august thing. And since the book is about oceanography, I thought it would be perhaps appropriate to quote from the dedication of the book. For those of you who read it on the committee, you know that I thank my husband, Ken, for surfing all the waves that I generate. Thank you very much.
As one who myself, at an early stage of my career, had support from the APS, I very much resonate with Naomi's comments. Our final award of the day is the Carl Spencer Lashley Award. The Lashley Award was established in 1957 through a gift from Dr. Lashley, a member of the Society, a distinguished neuroscientist and neuropsychologist. His entire scientific life was spent in the study of behavior and its neural basis, or as he phrased it, quote, the discovery of principles of nervous integration which are as yet completely unknown, end quote. Lashley's famous experiments on the brain mechanisms of learning, memory, and intelligence helped inaugurate the modern era of integrative neuroscience. The Lashley Award is made in recognition of work that continues his legacy in the integrative neuroscience of behavior. Nina Jablonski, Vice President of the Society, will present the 2024 Lashley Award.
Thank you, Roger. It is my
terrific pleasure to present the Carl Spencer Lashley Award to Margaret Livingstone. I'm also delighted to say that following this award presentation, Professor Livingstone will give us a presentation of her groundbreaking work. Margaret Livingstone, Takeda Professor of Neurobiology at Harvard Medical School, has made spectacular discoveries about the organization and specializations of neural processing pathways in the primate visual system, establishing principles that have guided the work of neuroscientists around the world. In early work, she discovered within the primary and secondary visual cortical areas an intricate sub-organization of pathways specialized for processing information about color and contrast. This architecture in the occipital lobes of the brain is foundational for processing higher-order visual features in the temporal and parietal lobes. In these cortical regions, Livingstone and her colleagues demonstrated a remarkably selective system of 6 small visual areas in each cerebral hemisphere that processes information about facial features and that are critical for facial recognition in primates. Using functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, to guide their electrophysiological and anatomical studies, they showed, surprisingly, that nearly every neuron in these 6 areas responds selectively to faces, and that the neurons in the highest order face areas are more responsive to the faces of specific individuals. In the past decade, Livingstone has tackled the problem of how this face system develops in young animals. She has asked, is selectivity for faces encoded in the genome, or does development of this system depend more on early visual experience? In meticulous experiments, she showed that primates are born with a scaffold of topographically organized visual areas in the temporal lobe, but that these areas acquire specialized domain function, e.g., face selectivity, only via early visual experience. Botox users, beware. In addition to her laboratory research, Livingstone has explored the ways in which vision science can inform the world of visual art. She wrote a popular book, Vision and Art, that has sold more than 30,000 copies to date, and she is a frequent speaker at art, museum, and filmmaking venues. Livingstone has earned acclaim in the art world as a scientist who can communicate with artists and art historians to everyone's mutual benefit, an interdisciplinary dialogue very much aligned with the values and goals of the American Philosophical Society. Professor Livingstone, please join me on stage to accept the Lashley Award. Yeah. Yes. And now we have the great pleasure of hearing Margaret talk about mother love. Thank you.
Okay, let's see if it works. Ha, it does work. So my lab studies macaques. We ask how early life experience, that is neuronal activity, is involved in generating such a complex brain, and how alterations in early experience affect the development of high-level processes. We use various manipulations to alter early visual experience. And we've shown that experience, that is neuronal activity, is both necessary and sufficient for sculpting selectivity and forming the major circuit domains in higher visual areas. To get baby monkeys for these studies, we had to breed them ourselves. And I made a fortuitous observation that relates to Harry Harlow's baby monkey studies in the 1950s. In the first half of the 1900s, children in institutions and orphanages were often kept isolated from each other and seldom handled, not just for lack of staff, but because it was thought that handling babies and putting them together spread germs. This policy was prevalent in Romanian orphanages until recently, but it was also prevalent in England and the United States through the early 1900s to the 1940s. Even kids in ordinary homes were seldom handled, cuddled, or kissed on the recommendation of experts, and most hospitals and preemie wards completely forbade visitors. Both my collaborator, David Hubel, and my husband have told me that they recollect being hospitalized as young children and not allowed visitors. Their mothers could only wave to them through the window in the door, and both of them found this experience quite traumatizing. So when children in hospitals and institutions failed to thrive, and many did, the reaction was to further discourage anyone from touching them because it was thought some kind of infection must be responsible. The biggest expert on child care at the time was the psychologist John Watson, and this is his influential book on child care. And one of the chapters is Too Much Mother Love. He advocates not kissing and hugging children, and he asserts that coddling children teaches them to be frail, clinging, and irresponsible. I can remember my grandfather admonishing my mother not to coddle me when I wanted to sit in her lap. The behaviorist B.F. Skinner advocated automatically cleaned rearing cubicles like this. This is Skinner's daughter. And it wasn't just the behaviorists, Watson and Skinner, since this study of popular women's magazines of that era found that magazine articles overwhelmingly discouraged physical handling of children. But evidence began amassing that it was lack of maternal attachment in institutionalized or hospitalized kids that was hindering their growth and causing severe psychological problems. Conrad Lawrence had demonstrated that baby birds will imprint on the first moving thing they see, but almost nothing was known about the mechanisms responsible for the strong and lasting ties mammalian infants form with their mothers. In the 1930s, scientists began using primates for biomedical research. Monkeys had to be imported from Asia and often arrived quite unhealthy with multiple diseases and parasites. So to develop colonies of healthy monkeys, infants were removed from their mothers to be lab-reared. Gertrude van Wagenen started a monkey colony at Yale in 1935, and she observed that infant macaques separated from their mothers and fed from tiny nursing bottles would not feed properly unless they could cling to a soft towel. The lab-reared infants grew faster and they were healthier than infants raised by their mothers as long as they had a soft towel. Harry Harlow in Wisconsin adopted her towel technique for raising infant macaques and found that the infants developed strong attachments to their towels, and they were distressed when the towels were removed for washing. Harlow got fascinated by this phenomenon and constructed various mother surrogates for infant macaques. Some were soft, others rigid. They were made with or without faces, or with or without an attached milk bottle. And infants provided with two different surrogates overwhelmingly preferred the soft surrogate over the rigid surrogate, irrespective of which provided milk or warmth or had a face. Infants displayed strong, sustained attachment to their soft surrogates. The parallels between the abnormal behaviors of macaque infants reared without cloths or soft surrogates and the psychological problems often found in children who'd been reared in sterile cubicles were instrumental in changing child-rearing practices and hospital visiting rules. Beyond its social importance, Harlow's work shows that infant monkey attachment is based on surprisingly limited sensory cues, primarily tactile features, and may be established during a limited time during development, as in imprinting. The complementary attachment of mothers to their babies is not much studied. Macaque mothers hold their infants continuously right after birth. They carry them around, groom them, and treat them protectively for many months. This mother is initially reacting aggressively towards me when I come near her cage to try to take these photos, even though she knows me well, and without an infant, she would present for grooming or expect a treat. Given the intelligence and the complex social behavior of adult macaques, you might expect maternal bonding to be based on multi-sensory cues. But I've made some observations that indicate that maternal attachment to the infant may not be complex and multisensory, but rather that a single sufficient trigger for maternal behavior is tactile. My first observation was of an 8-year-old primiparous female, Venus. She delivered a stillborn infant. She was holding the dead infant to her chest when I came in the morning. Appropriate veterinary care required that the dead infant be removed and examined, and to accomplish this, I lightly anesthetized her. When she recovered a few minutes later, she exhibited distress. She vocalized loudly and constantly shrieked, thrashed agitatedly around in her cage. Other monkeys in the same room began to shriek and pound and shake their cage. The whole room went berserk, which is quite an unpleasant experience. So to try to reduce the level of distress in the room, I put a stuffed toy in the cage with Venus. And she immediately picked up the stuffed toy and held it to her chest. She stopped screeching, and she grew calm, and the whole room calmed down. She held this toy continuously for about a week without any further signs of distress. And during this time, she behaved in a manner that was indistinguishable from other monkeys in our colonies with live infants, in that she continuously held the toy to her chest. She exhibited aggression towards me when I came near her, and towards other monkeys in the room, and towards humans when anybody approached her. Again, it was challenging to approach her to get these photos since she behaved aggressively towards me at first, which is not typical of Venus when she doesn't have an infant. And about a week later, she discarded the stuffed toy and showed no further distress. We have offered stuffed toys to 7 different mothers immediately after 11 births among them, after anesthetizing the mother and removing the infant. 5 of the monkeys, after each of 8 births among them, picked up and carried a soft toy around for a week to several months, sometimes until the toy fell apart. This monkey, Svetlana, carried this toy around for about 2 months, and after a second pregnancy, she carried this toy around for several months. 2 other females who were offered toys right after 3 births between them showed no interest in any toy nor any distress after waking up from anesthesia and not having an infant anymore. After one monkey's delivery, we left both a soft toy and a similar-sized rigid pink baby doll. And after Svetlana's first birth, we left a Kong toy, see the Kong toy, along with the soft toy. In both cases, the soft toy was picked up and carried around, not the rigid baby doll or the hard Kong. This monkey was initially anesthetized at 7 a.m. the day she delivered to remove her infant, and she adopted this soft toy as soon as she woke up. But she had to be anesthetized again at 11 a.m., because she had retained her placenta. And in order to get her to expel the placenta, the afterbirth, the vets needed to administer oxytocin and perform manual massage. Usually the placenta is expelled shortly after the infant, and the mother usually eats it. But this monkey didn't expel the placenta that day, so the vet staff suggested returning the live infant to the mother so that the infant suckling could help expel the placenta. So around 5 p.m., we brought the infant to the mother's cage and put it on a shelf just above where the mother was sitting holding this stuffed toy. We had taken the infant's towel away, so it was pretty agitated. The mother looked back and forth between the toy she was holding and the wiggling, squeaking infant, and eventually she moved to the back of her cage with the toy, leaving the wiggling, squeaking infant on the shelf. So we gave the infant back its cloth and put it back in an incubator. This mother's attachment to the stuffed toy that she'd been holding for about 10 hours must have been stronger than her attraction to her own infant. We were surprised that the auditory and visual cues made by the live infant didn't convince this mother that she should trade the toy for the infant. I suspect this means that she had imprinted on the toy during the day and was subsequently unreceptive to any substitute. It's not that female macaques like beanie babies better than real infants, because 2 other mothers who'd been raising their own infants wouldn't accept a stuffed toy as a substitute. I think this is profound. The sparseness of the template for triggering maternal behavior is astonishing, considering the complex social organization of this species and the existence of specialized visual brain areas, as in humans, for face and body recognition, and special auditory areas for monkey vocalization. But a broadly specified target coupled with learning would be an excellent mechanism for ensuring flexible nurturing behavior. Once the nurturing target is fixed on, experience can adjust, refine, and maintain the template for maternal attachment. Furthermore, during evolution, a nonspecific trigger wouldn't have to change in parallel with changes in the species' appearance or vocalization, smell, or other physical attributes. I don't know whether these observations bear on human maternal bonding or on other kinds of human bonding, but they do suggest that soft touch may be calming, therapeutic, perhaps even psychologically necessary throughout our lifetime, not just in infancy, and they suggest that soft touch might be therapeutic in bereavement, stress, or trauma. These results suggest, at least to me, that human attachment bonds, even those that seem on introspection to be based on complex, sophisticated qualities, may actually be triggered initially by quite simple sensory cues. So instead of thinking that monkey is dumb for preferring a beanie baby to her own infant, this makes me ask, in what ways are we also that dumb? In what ways are our attachments based on such low-level, nonspecific instincts? Unfortunately, it has become all too clear to me how dumb we can be. My study apparently motivated people who are so attached to animals that they're against all animal research to start attacking me and my research. I've gotten hundreds and hundreds of hateful, obscene, threatening emails and phone calls. I don't know if this one goes by itself.
Animals, you fucking cunt. Cunt!
I won't subject you to any more of these, but many of these are threats of torture and death towards me and my family. This poster targets me specifically, but this monkey is from UCSD and doesn't resemble at all any procedures we do to animals in our lab. I have not spent my entire career sewing infant monkey eyes shut, so this is a complete lie. And obviously, as I described above, we don't tear the infants from their mothers. We're nice to our monkeys. Happy monkeys make better research. Plus, it's illegal not to take good care of them. Everything we do is consistent with the Animal Welfare Act, and multiple levels of oversight ensure this. It does make me wonder about people who would flat out lie to promote a moral issue. David Hubel and Torsten Wiesel, in contrast, did spend 2 decades sewing infant eyelids shut. They'd been studying the properties of neurons in early visual cortex and had discovered selectivity for contour orientation and eye dominance. They started closing the eyelids of kittens, one or both eyes, to try to figure out whether these properties were innate or whether they could change these properties by altering early visual experience. In total, they sewed shut eyelids of more than 40, possibly 50 kittens, and at least 40 baby monkeys. And from these experiments, they found that early visual experience was profoundly important for wiring up the visual system. And this work led to changes in the way ophthalmologists treat cataracts and strabismus in human babies, pretty much eliminating the formerly most common form of vision loss in the Western world. And this work is part of the reason they won a Nobel Prize. This monkey is one of 2 monkeys in total I closed the eyelids of 10 years ago. And the reason I revisited this technique is because Torsten and David had found that if you close one eye in an infant, it leads to complete loss of connections of the closed eye to the brain, and hence that eye is functionally blind, even though the eye itself was okay. It's the brain that gets messed up. But closing both eyes had no effect on visual cortex. That is, both the eyes and the brain seemed normal in binocularly sutured animals. Yet the animals behaved as if they were blind. They navigated by touch and bumped into things. I figured we could use modern techniques of functional MRI and higher level recording to see if the problem was farther up the visual hierarchy and maybe even what the problem was. So this monkey and the other 1-year binocularly eye-closed monkey were happy enough together to produce a baby. They seemed to be able to use vision if it resulted in a reward, but in daily life, they behave as if they're blind, just like David and Torsten had observed. And we're still studying these 2 monkeys. We don't yet know why early visual deprivation leads to behavioral blindness. Some congenitally blind humans who've had their sight restored as adults never learned to use vision, and one of them found this new sensory input so disturbing that he committed suicide. Several groups are now restoring sight to congenitally blind children and adolescents in third world countries without knowing whether there's some critical period for learning to use vision. So we're essentially doing experiments on many third world children instead of doing a small number of well-controlled animal experiments. PETA has fixated on the fact that I reversibly closed the eyes of these 2 monkeys. They put up posters attacking me all over. They demonstrate at Harvard commencement and on Student Moving In Day with signs about me. They harassed Harvard President Bagnall to fire me. And then they inundated the next Harvard president, Claudine Gay, with demands to fire me. And a few months ago, a protester assaulted Alan Garber, the current president of Harvard, with glitter to publicize their campaign against me. When the med school dean went to Chicago, they harassed him there about me, and recently they harassed him when he was giving a talk in Spain. When all this stuff first started, it was frightening, but now it's just more annoying. These pictures from the PETA website maximize the apparent size of this demonstration, but it's really just these 3 people. And when they demonstrate at the med school, it's only 2 people, and one of them is always that woman. So they're really just a small number of people making an enormous fuss. A disproportionate number of us targets are women, and PETA demonstrates at places where we're invited to give talks or get awards, so our hosts have to increase security. Most of us have stopped traveling except for very special occasions. They do file endless complaints and lawsuits. They've weaponized the Freedom of Information Act so that NIH has to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars that could be spent on research, dealing with all their FOIA demands. This ad was in the Boston Globe. This harassment's been going on for almost 3 years ago. And last week, I discovered that this harassment has apparently affected my ability to get funding. The harassment was counted as a weakness in my last grant application. I don't think that's right. Towards the end of Harlow's career, the nascent animal rights movement started attacking him, and they did to him like what they're doing to me, exaggerating or flat out lying what he did and making it sound like every monkey in his lab was put in isolation when it was only a carefully small number. He raised a small number of infants in isolation without surrogates, and these monkeys displayed very abnormal behaviors. Given that pretty much nothing was known about the etiology of psychiatric diseases then, that is, even less than now, an animal model for depression was promising. Harlow never denied that animals suffered in his lab, but he was forthright about why he could live with that, and there were indeed millions of children being raised or hospitalized in isolating circumstances who benefited from his research. Harlow became an alcoholic and died the same year PETA was founded, and they started attacking his former students with death threats, bombs, and picketing private homes. At UCLA, they set scientists' cars on fire. Dario Ringach and his family were tormented by a van that parked outside his house, blaring recorded accusations, and Dario finally quit primate work when they started threatening his young children. PETA's goal is to end all animal research, working their way down the phylogenetic tree. Right now, they are targeting primates, but they also target dog research, rat research. Christine Latin has been targeted ever since she was a graduate student for working on songbirds, and this demonstration was from when she was a postdoc, and they continue to target her now as a junior faculty. They never targeted her white male PhD or postdoc advisors. Shreese Mysore at Johns Hopkins works on owls, and he's been targeted for several years now, including these protesters at his home. We had a meeting a few months ago of a bunch of us who have been individually targeted by PETA, and Shreese was the only male in the group, but he's not white. It certainly seems like PETA exploits existing biases by targeting women and minorities who don't fit the public's idea of a typical scientist. And being attacked like this has made me think about morality and ethics, because I think my research and Harlow's work are relevant to understanding people whose bonding instincts have spread or become entirely misdirected to non-human species. PETA activists are fixated on babies. A lot of what people call ethics or morals seems to concern babies and sex, which are, of course, related. There is a prevalent idea that morals are absolute, even innate, and that we and babies know innately what is right and what is wrong based on how we feel, our emotions. And some very intelligent people have contended that it's smart to listen to our emotions. Tony Damasio and Dan Kahneman both contend that our emotions are a way for our vast store of unconscious information to weigh in on decisions by how we feel. But I would argue that a lot of our feelings or emotions arise from such evolutionarily old drives that we should be skeptical of them, unless our sole goal in life really is to reproduce our own genes. Sex, creating offspring, and bonding to offspring are both strong emotions. They need to be for species survival. Chicks will imprint on the first moving thing they see, like a human or a rotating red box or a collection of chicken parts, and those chicks will then follow that person or object around forever. This behavior evolved because the first moving thing a chick usually sees is its mother, so this simple attachment mechanism was evolutionarily successful. Everybody goes, "Aw," when they see chicks or geese following around a human they've imprinted on because it seems like love. But it's not so sweet when they follow around a clump of dead chicken parts. Mammals may imprint too. Newborn guinea pigs exposed to a piece of wood as adults will make sexual coups at it. And hand-reared tree shrews will imprint on human hands and as adults behave sexually towards hands. All these studies indicate that early life imprinting carries over into adulthood. And indeed, my observations on macaques indicate that they also imprint on maternal nurturing targets based largely on touch. And I think the love for animals that drives PETA is a mistargeted bonding instinct. Here I'm using the term mistargeted to mean evolutionarily inappropriate, not wrong. Many human children, even lovingly parented, will form astonishingly strong attachments to soft, inanimate objects. Attachments so strong that parents have to remember to bring that attachment object whenever they leave home, or have to resort to trickery to wash it. The stereotypy of these attachments suggests an innate mechanism, some kind of imprinting based on soft touch. It's really hard to take a lovey away from an infant monkey or a human toddler, and it's hard to distinguish such attachments from what we call love, or from the emotions on which we base moral and ethical decisions. Many people form strong attachments to animals. Such attachments can be therapeutic and certainly strong, but they are evolutionarily inappropriate. Consistent with the idea that bonding to pets derives from a misplaced bonding drive is the fact that neoteny mutations have been bred into animals kept as pets that make these animals behave and appear infantile compared to their wild ancestors. In the same way that fast food triggers eating reward systems, these animals have been bred to optimally trigger bonding reward systems. I don't claim that mistargeted attachments by people for pets or toddlers for their grubby bit of cloth are wrong. Many of us satisfy evolutionarily old drives, but consciously thwart the survival benefits those drives evolved because of. Many of us enjoy sex, but use birth control. Many of us consume dietetic food or drink. And we now have very expensive laws regulating animal research that go beyond individual subjective morality and involve decisions by groups of people. You might assume that laws and cultural mores represent a kind of majority rule, what most people in a society feel is right. But cultures evolve too. So mores and laws that facilitate the survival and spread of cultures will themselves spread and predominate. So during most of human history, adding more people to your group was good, if not essential, and the best way to ensure group survival was to have babies and nurture them. Hence, social control of sex and babies benefits everybody in the social group. So memes evolved that encourage members of a society to care about the sexuality and nurturing behavior of other members of that society. And these memes are powerful. Customs, laws, peer pressure, legends, poetry, literature, and song. And cultures that establish mores or laws that control reproduction or facilitate reproduction thrive and spread. And these mores and laws are invariably couched in terms of morality. Many people today have powerful urges to control the reproduction of other members of their society. And many people have strong feelings about, and cultures have laws regulating other people's sexuality. The fact that many cultures have customs or laws doesn't make them, in my opinion, ethical or moral, just reproductively successful. Usually they're presented as ethics or morals, not reproducing a social group, though recently there has been some acknowledgement that that's what really underlies all this righteousness. But there are too many of us now, so it makes no sense. I think there are commonalities between people who want to abolish animal research and people who want to regulate other people's reproduction or sexuality, and that both groups have mistargeted their own reproductive instincts. Why is this so prevalent? Well, one contributor, I think, is the astonishing number of kids' books, TV shows, and movies that feature animals that can speak. This is unrealistic. Even write and behave like humans. This is also unrealistic. And I think it feeds this mindset that animals ought to be treated like humans because of this fiction that they have human-like thought processes. Everything my grandson watches seems to involve anthropomorphized animals. Surely children with their neurally plastic brains inundated with talking, sentient, fictional animals must absorb at least some of this nonsense. It has been going on a really long time. Kids are exposed to more fictional animals who can talk than they are to real animals who can't. And as adults, we may know that animals don't talk, but I bet we feel emotions based on circuits laid down when we were kids by so much exposure to anthropomorphized animals, or birds, or fish, insects. So even if PETA's reasons are silly or mistargeted, this highly vocal minority has had enough influence that the laws affecting animal research are getting more restrictive and burdensome, making medical research difficult and expensive. Is this really what the majority of people in our society want? Certainly, most of us benefit greatly from medical care, though the medical establishment hardly ever admits that virtually all of modern medicine is based on animal research. Does PETA want us to forego everything modern medicine has to offer? If animal activists want to be entirely consistent, they should reject all medical treatment, all drugs, and they should even reject over-the-counter remedies, except maybe herbs and homeopathic remedies, and go back to having a lifespan of around 35 years. But I don't think that's a choice they should be allowed to inflict on the rest of us. Thank you for hearing me out.
How long do we have for questions?
Are we actually going to have questions?
You will take questions, yes?
Yeah, I suppose.
Yes, yes, please. Questions. Balcony.
It's hardly a...
Yes, there we have. Right on the aisle here, if we can get the mic.
Frank Stewart, New York. First of all, I totally sympathize with your side of this matter, but I would like to observe that what we have in common with animals that might disturb us is not that they can speak like us, but rather that they can feel pain like us. And there was a very interesting article in the Scientific American not so long ago which argued, in what seemed to me a very sophisticated way, that even bees can feel pain.
Yes, it's evolutionarily advantageous to avoid things that damage your body. And most animals have a way of doing this. But the Animal Welfare Act requires that if you do anything painful to an animal, unless it's in category E and you're studying pain, you need to use analgesics and anesthetics, and we always do.
Other questions? Back there, Rich. Please identify yourself by your name and area, region.
Yeah, well, this is Rich Schiffer again from Indiana. The question is, if this is an evolutionarily beneficial response to emotional cues, how do we stop it when it's inappropriate?
Oh, that's really tough, because whenever you have an emotion that says one thing and a logic that says something else, usually what people do is distort the logic until it fits the emotion. It's tough.
Joel. Over here.
Joel Cohen, New York City. Thank you for a wonderful talk. Thank you for the work you're doing. You identified expert opinion that told parents not to cuddle their children when I was young. What expert opinion are we giving today that in the retrospect of 40 or 50 years will look equally pernicious and nonsensical?
Wow. I think you should answer that one.
Can you think of any?
No, I'm not. I'm a scientist, not a. I have no idea.
Questions up in the balcony.
Thank you for that. Michael McCormick, Cambridge, Mass. I don't want to distract from the very fundamental and important scientific observations that you made on the formation of links and their biological basis, but I do think that your final part on all that has been inflicted on you because of your research, which ultimately is aimed at improving the human condition and understanding it better and addressing our own suffering, really is of a piece with a more general phenomenon that has been raised and that it concerns every member of this society, and that is the general disinclination, to put it mildly, of current American society to appreciate expertise acquired through hard work and critical confrontation with conflicting views. And this is really a central dilemma now for our civilization, our society, and our country, that your particular instance of suffering spotlights in a very moving way that we need to think together about how we can address this going forward. Thank you very much for all you've done and all you've endured.
I have a question, if you'll allow me. When we look around at modern life and we see lots of children with their security blankets, they've always been around, but they seem to be more prominent and sort of more urgently cuddling them today. And when we see so many young people and older individuals fervently cuddling their small animals, I was wondering if you could talk about the connection, if you see one, between those essential tactile bonds and the lack of human tactility that those individuals are experiencing, partly as a result of personal devices that allow us to communicate so efficiently but so impersonally with one another.
Ooh, that's interesting. So I think kids are now being allowed to have their loveys instead of having them taken away. They were like they were when I was a child. You just weren't allowed to have them, especially boys. Forget it. Boys could not have loveys. And I think we're a little more tolerant now of that. But yeah, I don't know.
Because it is remarkable how so much of our original sort of touch natures has been legislated out of human systems in educational and other public contexts.
Yes, you're right.
And so what I'm trying to get at here is partly why is the increased humanization of pets sort of a redirection into something that is sanctioned, permitted.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with having pets. Clearly, they're therapeutic, and people have very strong bonds to them. I just think they're like sex. We're thwarting the evolutionary reason underlying it, and we ought to be aware that we're doing that.
Yes, right down here, Mike.
Jim Peebles, Princeton University. You didn't quite say it. The sight of young people cuddling their cell phones.
Yes.
Yes. What a good
Indeed.
idea. I had to fit in a tight time, so I didn't really get a chance to thank everybody for this wonderful award, for which I'm very grateful. I mean, when I was a young scientist, I would fantasize about getting an award like this, right? But it turns out I'm psychologically pretty well suited to being a scientist in that I can spend all day, all by myself, doing experiments, analyzing data, and I find it kind of stressful to interact with people. And interacting with a lot of people like this is even more stressful. So despite the fact that this is like a dream come true, I would really rather just be back in my lab.
I'm happy now to announce the break time, and please enjoy your break, but be back in, they be back in 30 minutes? Is that right? 3:15, okay. Please be back at 3:15 and have a lovely break. And we have a spectacular concert to come back for, so please join us.
Testing, testing, 1, 2.
Welcome back, everyone. And especially because we're going to have an enlivening musical performance, please make sure that you're not giving any competition to the music with your cell phone vocalizations. So I'm absolutely thrilled to introduce what for this stage is a little bit of a departure in the normal musician that we bring to our stage. Gustavo Casaneve is an Uruguayan-American pianist and composer, a 3-time Grammy Award winner and a Steinway pianist. His work has been recognized worldwide. He secured the prestigious Grammy title of Best Latin Jazz Album as a producer in 2023, Best Tango Album in 2020, and Best Instrumental Album in 2019, showcasing his remarkable ability to create compositions that resonate with audiences worldwide. Declared, this is wonderful, an illustrious citizen in 2021 by the Uruguayan government, Mr. Casanave has performed extensively around the world, from Lincoln Center in the Blue Note to Taiwan's National Theater and Teatro Solis in Montevideo. He has collaborated and recorded with artists as diverse as Yo-Yo Ma, Christian McBride, Eddie Gomez, and many others. In addition to his Grammy achievements, Mr. Casanave is an educator and scholar. He served as the jazz department director at the Harbor Conservatory for the Performing Arts and has presented master classes and guest artist lectures at institutions such as the Juilliard School, Yale University, Eastman School of Music, and Oberlin Conservatory. His extensive discography of over 35 albums extends over jazz, classical, and tango. He is the author of a book on musical theory, The Harmonic Structure Levels. I'm delighted to introduce to our stage Gustavo Casanave.
Hello, everyone. It's such an honor for me to be here. Thank you so much to the American Philosophical Society. I'm so happy to be here. And you know, it's intimidating, and it's not. But to have so many brilliant minds around here is like, whoa. So again, thank you so much. I'm going to keep playing. Thank you very much. Everything what we heard were compositions of mine. I actually have the melodies in the head, but I always do a different arrangement on stage. So 90% of what you heard here is improvised over something. There are some parts that are actually, I am going to play some parts of the piece that I'm going to play now. That is, it was a concerto that I initially wrote for the National Symphony Orchestra in Uruguay, but suddenly some budget problems, they decided they were not paying, so I stopped writing. And I transformed it into a trio, quintet, and I've been playing this piece for many years already in smaller. Whenever they decide to pay, I will finish the arrangement. So thank you so much again for having me. It's a true honor for me to be here. Thank you so much.
it is almost a disgrace to dispel that, that beautiful soundscape with a few mundane announcements. But may I please remind all members to attend the members' meeting in Philosophical Hall, which will be starting very, very soon at 4:30 in just 10 minutes at Philosophical Hall. Please attend. And for everyone, please reconvene back here at 6:30 p.m. for a light supper and excellent conversation and reflections on the day. Thank you very much.